Get started because the hour of 6:30 has arrived. So I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, September 15th. I will ask staff to mute their own microphones as I unmute the council and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Martin.
Here.
Here. Alder Moreland.
Here.
Alder Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Here. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Here. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Thank you. Here.
Here.
Alder Tierney.
Here.
Here. Alder Revere.
Here.
Here. Vice President Abbas.
Here.
Here. Alder Aburris.
Here.
Here. Alder Balde.
Yes.
Here. Alder Bidar.
Present.
Here. President Carter.
Present.
Here. Alder Evers.
Here.
Here. Alder Foster.
Here.
Here. Alder Furman.
Present.
Here. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Here. Alder Heck.
Here.
Here. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Here. Alder Campbell.
Here.
Here. Alder Lemmer.
Here.
Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right. I'll ask then staff to read the meeting instructions.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair and tech facilitators are responsible for muting and unmuting. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration, first and last name. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the body, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joe. And do I understand that for anyone wishing to call in, we have a new phone number?
That is correct. The toll-free number is currently not working. Tanya, do you have that number on hand right away?
Yes, that phone number is 312-626-6799.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for anyone who is wishing to use the phone option for Zoom, please note that their toll-free number is not currently working. This is a Zoom issue. And so the number that you would call in with is 312-626-6799. Vice President Abbas.
Madam Mayor, one small request. Can you make me co-host? Kids are playing in the background, so it will give me authority to unmute.
Can we make Vice President Abbas a co-host, please?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so our technical issues being dealt with, we will move on to suspension of the rules. President Carter, for a motion.
I move suspension of the rules.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend rules 2.04, 2.05, 2.24, and 2.25 for items so designated on the agenda. Is there any objection to record a unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of suspending those rules for items so designated on the agenda. And we'll move to our honoring resolutions. President Carter, for item number 1.
Item number 1, move adoption, Legistar 61797.
And
Second to adoption.
moved and seconded to adopt. Do either of the sponsors wish to read this item? Alder Skidmore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas the Madison Fire Department Lake Rescue Team is a vital part of emergency service delivery to the city of Madison since 1983, and whereas the members of the Madison Fire Department continue to provide quality lake rescue service to the city of Madison, and whereas Lieutenant Retired Craig H. Yap served the city of Madison for 24 years from March 1982 to March 2006, whereas Lieutenant Retired Craig H. Yap played a critical role in the leadership and development of the Lake Rescue Team from its inception in 1983, and whereas the mayor and common council of the city of Madison recognize the Midwest Airboat as a vital tool to the current Lake Rescue Team, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Lake Rescue Airboat of the City of Madison Fire Department Lake Rescue Team carry the name of Yapper in honor of Lieutenant Retired Craig H. Yap.
Thank you, Alder. And I see that Lieutenant Yap is with us on the Zoom. Lieutenant, did you wish to speak?
I do. Just a few words. First, this is a great honor for me and my family. I really appreciate this. And I'd like to thank those involved, Chief Davis and his staff, Local 311, and most of all, the committee that designed the craft and named it for Yapper. I will thank them personally at a later time. Also, thanks to the City Council for hopefully approving this. So when we started the program in 1983, and I say we, I was only a rookie at the time. And they said, "You're going to be a diver." I said, "Okay." And we started with borrowed equipment, an inflatable boat donated by TV Lenny, which we affectionately called the Rubber Ducky. Now we have stuff that we only dreamed about then. My mentor and friend, Ralph Chamberlain, who the boat is named for, is very proud looking down or looking up. I'm not sure which. My 24 years as a member of the Madison Fire Department and 10 years as a member of the Police and Fire Commission were special times. I'm very proud of the things that we did. I'm proud to call all the members of both the fire department and police department brothers and sisters. They're both great departments and deserve our support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lieutenant, and thanks for your years of service. Alder Verveer.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I just want to take a moment to congratulate Yapper. And yes, that's Craig's nickname is Yapper, if any of my colleagues were wondering. It is an honor and a privilege that I was able to co-sponsor this resolution and likewise was able to do so for the Chamberlain naming as well. I got to know Craig a little bit, or I should say Yapper a little, from his longtime service at Fire Station 1. And I can't thank Yapper you enough for your amazing dedication to our community throughout your career in the fire service, and then almost with, I think if I remember correctly, a year of your retirement from the fire service, you served the full 10-year term on our Police and Fire Commission. So thank you so much for all of your service to our community, both in the fire service and then a decade later on the PFC. So well done. Thanks very much and congratulations. And I look forward to a christening someday at Olin Park.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the resolution. And thank you again, Lieutenant, and congratulations. All right, that will bring us to our next honoring resolution. President Carter.
Yes, move adoption of item 262145, recognizing September 15th to October 5th as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Second to adoption.
Moved and seconded. I believe Alder Alboris will read this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If my colleague Alder Bidar is so and she could read it as well, but I'd be more than honored to read this for us. So,
Alder Bidar will read the next one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Madam Mayor. As mentioned, this is an honor. That said, whereas each year the United States recognizes the economic, cultural, and social contributions Hispanic/Latinx peoples have brought to our nation, and whereas the rich and distinctive culture of the Hispanic/Latinx community has always been an integral part of our country's identity, and whereas this month represents the anniversary of independence for Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. Whereas, based on 2019 census data, the Hispanic/Latinx population of the United States totals 60.6 million, which represents 18% of our population, making Hispanic/Latinx people the nation's largest ethnic or racial minority. And whereas Hispanic/Latinx people are a diverse racial group, including those who identify as Afro-Latinx, Indigenous, and multiracial. And whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is one of enormous pride for Hispanics/Latinx living in the United States. And whereas Madison is fortunate to count among its population a dynamic Hispanic/Latinx community that plays an important role in our city's economy and society. And whereas we encourage all Madisonians to recognize and applaud the many contributions made by our Hispanic/Latinx community to the quality of our life in our city. Now therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and council recognize the month of September 15th, 2020 through October 15th, 2020 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Madison, and be it further resolved that the mayor and common council congratulate our Hispanic/Latinx community on this significant month and thank them for their contributions to the vibrancy of the city of Madison. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Alder. And we do have a few registrants on this item, starting with Karen Menendez-Collar of Badger Road in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Nancy Saiz. Is Karen with us?
Yes, can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Karen.
I don't know why my video doesn't seem to be functioning, but thank you so much for this proclamation. Thank you so much to you. Thank you to all the city council members. I always look forward to this day because I think for most of my life, whenever you hear proclamations such as this, you feel visible in this country when so many other days you don't. And so I was especially moved hearing it again this year. I was also moved by the proclamation just before us because it really shared a moment of community, of somebody's history with this community. And that is what the Latinx community does here in Madison as well. You know, at this point in time, I always hope that maybe one year I'll be able to turn the mic over and ask each and every one of you what you think about our Hispanic heritage or Latinx heritage. I think I know it very well as the daughter of immigrant parents from El Salvador, but I'm always curious to hear from every single city council member. This year, especially during this month, Centro is going to be engaging in a statewide conversation around immigration. We're also going to kick off a media communication campaign around resilience. And I would ask each of you to reflect about our community and how the resilience that you know of, or if you don't know enough, if you could learn more about it, could actually be an equal partner at the table as we make plans for a more equitable Madison. I yearn, especially now, for a vision that really is deep and bold in equity, and a whole city that represents a healing space beyond the community centers and beyond the walls of Centro. In a time of crisis such as this, it is essential for my staff, for me, for everybody. And I hope you'll reflect on that this month in particular. And never hesitate to reach out, because Centro is a partner at the table to move the city forward. So thank you so much. And thank you so much, Christian, for reading the proclamation. And Shiva, of course, for all your incredible support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Karen. Our next registrant is Nancy Saiz of Woodside Terrace, in support, wishing to speak, representing the Latinx Community Engagement Team.
Yes.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure why my video is not working either, but that's okay. Thank you so much for adopting this resolution and recognizing the contributions of our Latinx communities to the vibrancy of Madison. I would also like to recognize our Native brothers and sisters in the land we stand on, which is the Ho-Chunk land. My name is Nancy Saiz, and I have been an employee in the city of Madison for the past 10 years. I am speaking on behalf of the Latinx Community Engagement Team. We are a group of bilingual Spanish-speaking employees, and our mission is to support and improve access to services provided by different city agencies for our Spanish-speaking community and for those with Latinx heritage. For the next month, in addition to celebrating our cultures, we would like to challenge everyone here to include our Latinx communities, including Black and Indigenous Latinx folks, in your conversations and decisions about equity and inclusion. 2 years ago, the council voted and adopted a language access plan for the city of Madison. We applaud that decision and are currently advocating for the city to invest in that plan. In order to share information, build relationships, and help residents be involved in the decisions that affect them, the longer we delay this investment, the longer we risk excluding some of our residents from access and participation in our government. How can we accomplish this? We need a dedicated full-time language access coordinator to oversee the plan's implementation, to identify and standardize data sets, and to provide guidance and training to city departments. We also need full-time bilingual and bicultural outreach staff. As elected officials, you can take the lead, actively work to open doors, and give your Latinx constituents the information, confidence, and opportunities to be heard. We ask you to join us in making a determined and sustained effort to seek and include Latinx participation in city government. Let's use Hispanic Heritage Month as our opportunity to move together beyond recognition to representation and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have registrations from Aaron Nunez in support, available to answer questions, and Romal Tirino of Raymond Road in support, not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the resolution and thank all the folks who came to speak on it, and move on to item number 3. President Carter?
Yes, move adoption. Item 3, Legistar 62147, declaring September 16, 2020 as Viva Mexico Festival Day.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded. Alder Badar?
Thank you so much, Mayor. It is my honor to read this declaration of September 16, 2020 as Viva Mexico Festival Day. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated in the United States from September 15 to October 15, And whereas, as part of Hispanic Heritage Month celebration, WLMV La Movida 1480 AM 94.5 FM, a member station of Madison's Midwest Family Broadcasting Group, will celebrate the 19th annual Festival Viva Mexico on Wednesday, September 16, 2020. And whereas Viva Mexico Festival Day is a cultural and family event promoting Mexican heritage and celebrating Mexican Independence Day, which will be held virtually this year by live transmission on La Movida. And whereas the official inauguration celebration will be celebrated by Consul Julian Adem Diaz de Leon, Consulate of Mexico in Milwaukee, and many elected officials and community leaders will be joining the celebration. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Common Council hereby declare September 16, 2020 as Viva Mexico Festival Day in the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. And we do have, it's possibly two registrants, Luis and Lupita Montoto of Rayovac Drive in support, wishing to speak from La Movida.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. This is Luis Montoto, and Mayor Rhodes Conway, you are correct. Lupita is here right next to me. The boss is here. So I want to thank Shiva, Alder Shiva, Alder Christian, Cherie, and the mayor and everybody at the Common Council for taking this on. We are so proud of being part of this community. It's hard to speak after we just heard Nancy and Karen speak. So they are big role models for us. And we want to celebrate this year a little different. We're going to do our virtual celebration for Viva Mexico. You guys are, we extend our invitation to you guys to join us tomorrow to see it via Facebook Live and Zoom. So thank you to all of you, and Lupita.
Yeah, thank you again, Mayor Satya, and of course Shiva and Christian and everybody at the members of Common Council. This is a big celebration for the Mexican community, but as well, we just hoping to have a great celebration tomorrow at 5 p.m. Via Facebook Live. And of course, we're looking forward to next year to see each of you as a tradition over there at the council as part of this proclamation. So
we're going to have it on the air as well on 1480 and 94.5.
Yeah, and as well, so I like to send the invitation to connect tomorrow 5 p.m. But also I like to send an invitation for the celebration of the Hispanic Heritage Month as well that we do every year. This year is the 10th anniversary, and it's going to be taking place as well virtually on October 15 at noon. And this year, since it's the 10th anniversary, we would like to name and recognize everybody that has been awardees recipient for the last 9 years. And also we would like to have you as a special guest like every year, even though it's going to be virtual again. So
we'll see you tomorrow. 5.
Yeah, tomorrow 5. And just want to let you know that La Movida is open to anybody and welcome everyone to come over for any information they wanted to disseminate into the Latino community, where you are more than welcome. So it's been 20 years of La Movida already.
She has been there every year.
We're happy to, and she has been there for 20 years. So we're so happy that we still continue celebration. So meanwhile, please tune in tomorrow 5 p.m. and stay safe, everybody. And thank you again. Gracias.
Gracias y que viva México.
Viva
Gracias.
México.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Luis and Lupita. All right. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the resolution. And we'll move on to, we have no petitions or communications, but we do have one early public comment. So we'll hear from Nicholas Christensen of Aaron Street, wishing to speak. And Nicholas, if you can tell us what item you're commenting on and then give us your comment.
Nicholas, you are unmuted. Nicholas, you are unmuted on our end. Okay, does not seem to be there.
Okay. So then we will move on to our public hearings. And starting with we'll move on to the consent agenda. And so I'll turn it over to you, President Carter.
Thank you. At this time, a consent agenda will be moved with the recommendation actions listed for each item, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak. 2, items which require extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. And 3, items which all the persons have separated out for discussion or debate purposes. Agenda items 5 through 7 are public hearing items. The following items are extra majority items, which will be recorded as unanimous vote unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. That's item 36, Legistar 61728 substitute. Item 37, Legistar 61806. Item 44, Legistar 61895. Item 45, Legistar 61902. Item 47, Legistar 61907. Item 49, Legistar 61947. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Item 9, Legistar 61893, recommend action, place on file without prejudice. Item 51, Legistar 61909, a recommendation needed from the floor. Item 52, Legistar 61921, recommendation needed from the floor.
Alder, these 3 are from the Finance Committee, so the recommendation is to adopt.
Recommendation to adopt. Thank you. And that's 51 and 52. Item 53, Legistar 61928, recommendation to adopt. Item 55, Legistar 61868, recommendation refer to October 5th Planning Commission meeting. Item 56, Legistar 61903, recommendation to adopt. Agenda items part of the consent agenda with additional recommendation continued. Item 57, Legistar 61905, recommendation to adopt. Item 64, Legistar 61417, refer to future Common Council meeting. Item 75, Legistar 61968, additional referral to the Safety Review Committee. Items requested for exclusion. Item 11, 62125. Item 46, Legistar 61906. Item 54, Legistar 61479.
Thank you, Alder. We also have a registrant on item number 64, so we'll put that on the exclusion list.
Okay.
Mayor, we got a contact from Allison Lindsay saying she no longer wished to speak because it was understanding that it was going to be referred.
All right, thank you very much. So I stand corrected. Our registrant has withdrawn on item 64.
Okay.
Are there any additional items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Seeing none, can we get a second on the consent agenda?
Second.
So moved and seconded. Are there any disclosures or recusals on today's agenda? Seeing none, we'll just confirm that we have requested for exclusion items 11, 46, and 54. And then I will note that on item 68, we have 2 registrants, both in support, not wishing to speak. Tiffany Kenny representing the bid and Jason Ilstrup representing DMI. Any questions for either of those registrants on item number 68? Seeing none. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda, and we will now move on to our public hearings. Starting with item number 5, Legistar 60646. I'll open a public hearing on appeal of Plan Commission action on a conditional use request for 2219 Monroe Street. We have no registrants on this public hearing, so we will recess the public hearing. Alder Carter.
Move referral to item 5 to the December 1st, 20 Common Council meeting.
Second to refer.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. That will take us to the report of the Board of Public Works and item number 6. So we'll open a public hearing on Legistar 61692, which is approving the schedule of assessments for Felon Road Water Main Assessment District. And we have a number of registrants on this item, starting with Lori Campbell of Felon Road in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Duncan Campbell.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I want to thank all of you for your time in listening to us tonight. I feel in this COVID time period that it's not the same as meeting in person. It feels like a disadvantage with doing this by Zoom. You aren't truly able to see who we are, real people just like you. And it's hard because all of you get to decide our fate on Felon Road, deciding what is fair for our future. And so I hope you will sincerely think about the words we are sharing tonight. It's been stated numerous times by the city engineers how this is saving us money. Well, I don't see how it's saving our money. Do you realize that with the way it's proposed, we will have a bill of $170,000 that we owe personally in 2036? That's cutting into our hard-earned retirement income, our life savings, and taking away years of income for us. I don't understand how you can expect anyone, let alone retired couples, to have that type of money to pay towards something we don't want and won't use. It's putting a huge debt on us and many others on this road. Put yourselves in our shoes. Who can afford this kind of debt? If this gets passed as it's being proposed by the city, we could be forced to sell our property for development to pay this outrageous assessment, something I didn't have plans on doing during my lifetime. And all my years of hard work to save for this property would be gone, along with my dreams to retire on this piece of land with farm fields and a few farm animals. It literally breaks my heart to think that after working so hard for most of my life to build this dream, that someone can so easily come along and destroy it. I pray that you will be compassionate and listen to other ideas. My husband has offered a workable option that would be beneficial to all involved. There's got to be a better way to do this where you're not penalizing a small group of landowners for having larger parcels of land. I know there's a better solution for everyone involved, one where we don't have to pay something we can't afford and where we can keep our land and retire with the goal we have always dreamed of, and one where the city will be paid in due time. If you wait to charge for the project until properties are developed and then charge a connection charge, the huge burden this is causing can be paid by the people who can afford it, the developers. Thank you for your consideration and for your time. I also wanted to mention real quick, my son-in-law, Wade Goodsell, is trying to call in, and I know you said you were having problems with the phone. So I just want to make sure he's on your list to speak as well.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Balde, do you have a question or a point of order?
Was staff not supposed to make presentation on this item before testimonies?
Alder, we take public testimony first before staff presentations.
Okay.
So we will have a presentation on this after we hear from the public.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so our next registrant is Duncan Campbell of Felland Road, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Wade Goodsell.
Thank you again for the opportunity to provide input on how these costs of the Felland Road 12-inch water main should be handled. You were all sent an email Monday morning explaining my proposal for these costs, which I hope you had a chance to read. But before presenting my proposal again, I would like to read a direct quote from Adam at the Board of Public Works meeting of August 19th regarding extending mains into unincorporated areas. And I quote, "Historically, the utility has extended these mains as a capital expense and waited without assessments until a development occurred. And then, rather than utilizing special assessments, in order to connect to the system and receive service, there would be a connection charge. And it would just be there kind of waiting until development was ready to occur," unquote. For agricultural land, that is exactly how this project should be handled. The cost should be a capital expense to the water utility, and then a connection charge applied when the land is developed, whether that be in 5 years or 25 years. Developers expect to pay these costs. Homeowners do not. For existing home sites, we should all be assessed the same amount, regardless of the size of our parcel, because we are all receiving exactly the same benefit: access to city water and fire protection. Each residential parcel should be assessed approximately $1,800, which is the amount currently being assessed for a 1/2 acre parcel. We should still have the option to defer payment until 2036 as currently proposed. We would also like the option to make payments in advance without penalty to reduce interest and index costs. Larger residential parcels, which could potentially be further subdivided, would pay a connection fee at time of development. Again, developers expect to pay these costs. Homeowners do not. I have spoken to many of my neighbors, all of whom oppose the current assessments and are in favor of this option. This is a very workable option that would be beneficial to all of us. So I hope that you will give this very serious consideration. This project is 99% complete, so delays in making a decision obviously would not affect this project. Our attorney has advised us that there is nothing in state statutes that requires a special assessment to be levied prior to completion of a project, and that he has seen final assessments levied up to 3 years after the completion of some projects. This being said, there wouldn't be a concern of losing the 8-year financing option in 2036 if this isn't decided tonight. Thank you for your time, and I hope we can get this resolved so it benefits everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Wade Goodsell of Hazelnut Trail in Sun Prairie, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Lauren Chilson.
Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. As Lori mentioned, I'm Duncan and Lori's son-in-law, and as you probably can sense, there's been a lot of sleepless nights and tears and emotion and frustration over this project. In 2036, we'll be residents and taxpayers and have elected representation in the city of Madison. But unfortunately, that's 16 years away. And so we want to thank you for the opportunity to do so. And I have a question for Kelly. Kelly and Alder Baldo was gracious enough to arrange a time yesterday. And Kelly, if you want to address this after my remarks, or I can hit pause. Specifically for the 12-inch line, you'd mentioned yesterday that the 12-inch line isn't just for residential benefit, which is, of course, a very relative term, for the landowners off of Felland Road, that there's also benefit today for the city of Madison. Is that the case, or is the benefit specifically for 2036?
Wade, we don't do back and forth during public testimony.
Okay.
So if you'd like to finish your comments, then staff may be able to address them afterwards.
Yeah, Kelly, if you could address that, and that's very fair, thank you. And the root of our question is, if there is benefit to the city of Madison prior to 2036 to help facilitate other infrastructure gaps currently on the east side of the city, we think then Duncan's proposed solution is very reasonable. Additionally, I think the city could take a look at additional bonding and using city funds to pay for that project, similar to what the city has done with the 16-inch water line on Felland Road. So our concern is whether there's benefit to the city now, which would be fantastic, the city should pay a greater share of that cost for the 12-inch line. But if there's no benefit until 2036, when the annexation agreement takes place, and the thought and hope of a potential developer, well, then I think that it was just a foolish choice and probably a foolish assessment to put in a line that will age for 16 years. So that's the root of the question. I'll close my remarks with this, is I just want to encourage the city and encourage the Alder Board. As Duncan mentioned, this assessment goes against past practice in the city. It's been described to us as atypical. And so that's where we really appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts in front of the council this evening, because I want to encourage the council to think about atypical solutions, to put yourself in our shoes with large six-figure assessments, to put yourself in our neighbor's shoes on fixed incomes, whether those are 5 or 6-figure assessments. Please do not settle for the easy off-the-shelf solution to this. Please work with the city attorney. Please work with landowners. I would implore you, if you need to amend the annexation agreement with the town of Burke, I imagine the town of Burke would be very interested and very willing parties, hearing so much frustration with their voters and residents in the town of Burke. So I would love to hear a response to my question and concern. And then to the alders on the Common Council, I would greatly appreciate you to look for atypical solutions so that we could find a win-win situation. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak, to hear both our frustration, our emotion, and our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Lauren Chilson of Felland Road, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Thank you. I first want to thank the Common Council for deferring this matter in the previous meeting. I hope the additional 2 weeks gave you time to investigate our complaints, ask questions, and put yourselves in our shoes. I'm speaking today to again oppose the estimated assessments by water utility. Instead, I am asking the Common Council to accept the proposal brought forward by my neighbor, Duncan Campbell. We hope it is abundantly clear to all of you that installing the 12-inch water main did not need to happen now. This project should have happened at or around 2036, when a sewer line would also need to be installed. Fast-tracking the project and putting the financial burden and undue stress on the homeowners of Felland Road was wrong, and not being able to voice our opposition on it until September 1st, days before completion, was unacceptable. Although my husband and I have a single-family dwelling, similar in size to our neighbors, water utility estimated our assessments to be $16,985, or $25,813 if deferred to 2036. Keep in mind, this doesn't include the several thousands of dollars it will cost for a plumber to hook us up to city water in 2036. Our assessments are 7 times more than our neighbor directly to the south of us. Our costs are so high because we own 4.7 acres, and presumably 16 houses could be squeezed into our property. However, we have no intentions to further develop our land. That was not our plan 7 years ago when we bought our house, and it's not our plan today. We shouldn't be punished for owning green space and having a larger lot size. We will be receiving the exact same benefits as all of our other neighbors. We shouldn't have to pay that much more when that could be put on a future developer. During the last Common Council meeting, there was an emphasis on deferring payment with favorable interest rates and reasonable payment plans. For some, this was a reason to pass this project in the first place. There is nothing reasonable about paying 3% on $17,000 over 8 years, or nearly $26,000 if deferred for 16 years. We aren't interested in financing this ridiculous amount for a future water supply to our house or having this held over our heads for years to come. We ask that you take our concerns and our neighbors into consideration, as well as understand the financial burden this places on all of our families. These assessments are unreasonable and unfair. Do the right thing and please correct this today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have no more registrants wishing to speak, but we do have registrations in opposition from Hawken Zukowski, Megan Zukowski, both of Fallon Road, Krista Sherman of Fallon Road, Gary Schulter of Fallon Road, Kathy Kershaw of Fallon Road, Jackie Hoffman of Fallon Road, Thomas Amaker of Fallon Road, Steve Cast and Elizabeth Cast, both of Fallon Road, Leonel Salazar and Zalim Salazar of Fallon Road, Brecken Gurley of Fallon Road, Kristen Goodsell of Fallon Road, Zach Chilson of Fallon Road, Michael Selesky of Fallon Road, and Stacy Selesky of Fallon Road. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question for Lori Campbell.
All right, can we bring Lori back, please?
Yep.
Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Lori. Can you just share what is the acreage that you own that's involved in this assessment?
I'm sorry, the acres? Is that what you asked?
Yes.
31 acres. So 5 that our residence is on, and then the rest are agricultural.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder. Any additional questions, Alder Balde?
So my question is for Duncan. Lori had mentioned that you have other options or alternatives to what is out there. Can you speak to those options?
Well, the water utility has proposed 3 options. My option, which I just outlined in my speech and also is in the email that I mailed to all the alders on Monday morning, is that all the agricultural land should be charged a connection charge when it is developed, whether that be in 5 years or 25 years. That is what has traditionally been done with these projects. Developers expect to pay these costs, not us. Then also all the residential parcels should be assessed the $1,800, which is the amount currently being assessed for a half-acre parcel. We are all getting the same benefit of access to city water and fire protection. So why should someone who owns 4 or 5 acres pay 10 times more than somebody who owns a half acre for the same benefits? Then the larger residential lots, as I stated, would have the potential for further subdivision in the future, and then a connection charge at that time would be assessed when it is developed. And again, the developer would pay those costs, not the homeowner. So the city will be getting all their money, whether it's from the homeowners or if it's from the developers who can afford it. We cannot afford it. If we are defer this payment of $171,000 till 2036 at 3%, that is over $24,000 a year for 8 years. That is unacceptable. We cannot afford that. Development is supposed to drive putting in utilities. In this case, utilities are driving us to sell our land for development. That is not right. It is not the normal way these things are normally done.
So one more question to Lori. Can you speak about the current taxes that you pay compared to what this assessment will make you pay on an annual basis? Your husband just indicated the assessment will make you pay $28,000+. What is your current tax assessment on the property?
Okay, Alder Balde, I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So I'm just trying to figure out what will be your total pay, or at least what you may owe to the city at the end of every year. That includes your own taxes, what you are assessed outside of this project.
In property taxes?
Yes.
Yeah, property taxes. I'm sorry, I'm having Duncan here by me just to help me with this because I wasn't sure what you were asking.
Our property taxes plus this assessment a year, how much is
well, that? I don't know if it wouldn't be applied to our property taxes, I don't believe. Our property taxes currently are approximately $15,000 a year. The special assessment, I haven't heard that gets put on our property tax bill. I don't believe it would be.
No, I'm just trying to understand how much you may be paying at the end of every year from this project, but also your property taxes, which you are obligated to pay every year.
I'm really sorry, I don't understand the question. Our current assessment is $112,500 if we paid it today. If that gets spread out over, I don't know, 10 years or 5 years or whatever, but it's going to be indexed. I haven't figured out exactly if I started paying it today, what it would be, but it would be a lot of money. It would be at least $10,000 to $15,000 additional every year for the next.
So just to simplify it, how much will you be able to pay this assessment plus your property tax every year?
I can't afford to pay any of this assessment. I could pay a couple $1,000s right now for an assessment. That's no problem, but $112,000 today? No way.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster, question?
Yeah, I did have one follow-up for Lori/Duncan. It looks like they're still with us here. I just wanted to follow up on the 26 acres of agricultural, if they could explain, is that actively farmed? And if so, by their family, by someone else, or is it not currently being farmed?
Okay, I really apologize. We walked away again. You were asking if we're farming the land right now?
Correct.
Yeah, we do have a farmer that does have crops on what, almost 20?
Well, probably 15 to 18 acres of it is currently farmed.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Alder, and thank you to the Campbells. Are there any other questions for registrants? All right, seeing none, we will close that public hearing and we'll go to a presentation from staff. And whichever staff are here to present, if you could raise your hand so I can unmute you, I would appreciate that. I'm not seeing staff.
Sorry, I couldn't find the raise hand button.
There you go.
Kelly Meese from the water utility. I'm here with several other water utility folks, but I was planning on doing the presentation.
Okay.
So I would like to share my screen.
There should be a green button at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, I'm having trouble. Okay, sorry about this. Okay. Okay, sorry. A little bit of screen management issue going on here. Adam Wiederhafe and myself, Kelly Meese, are here. We were at the last council meeting when this item was referred. We developed this presentation with some input from Alders Evers, Lemmer, and Balde, and are addressing questions that were directly came up at the last council meeting. So just a quick overview of what we're going to talk about today. We want to talk about the needs and objectives of the project. There were some questions about the future land use in this area, so we got some information from planning. We are going to cover the cost recovery options that we have available to us, the owner payment option plans, and then there was a question about area versus frontage. So we'll do an analysis of that. So this is a map of the area. You can see it is in the northeast portion of the city. Interstate 90 bisects this area. We have one pressure zone, 6 East, that is west of this area. And then the Felland Road is east of the interstate. That is our pressure zone 3. Those are semi-distinct mini distribution systems within our greater system. This blue line represents the project area. We're actually installing 2 water mains in this area. One is a zone 6 main that benefits that zone only. The other main, which is the accessible main, benefits this zone 3 and the Felland Road area. So as for the project need and objectives, one of the main things we're doing here is looping the east and west sides of Interstate 90 in Zone 6 East to Reservoir 229. That's a 6 million gallon reservoir that feeds Zone 6, but it's located on the east side of the interstate. So this is a loop in that system. That's the 16-inch main. Now, this is a project that's been in our master plan for a while. And we use our asset management program to kind of dial in the 1 to 5 year outlook for projects. So this has fallen in as a very high priority project for both zones. On zone 3 on the Felland Road side, we're creating a north-south link between distant sources in zone 3. And this addresses Wade's question about the purpose of the zone 3 main. That's the main that we are proposing to assess. It does have more than one benefit. It both is a transmission main that carries water between the north and the south, and it also provides future water service. We are also mitigating the loss of well 15, which is currently shut down due to water quality concerns. And then we are, again, providing a water source to an area of future development. So the limits are Felland Road between Bridle Way and Lean Road. The 16-inch water main connects at Reservoir 229, which is about mid-project, and extends it north to Lean Road. The Zone 3 main is a 12-inch main. That's the accessible one. That connects mains at the south at Bridle Way and at the north at Lean Road. And then the project also is replacing the west half of Felland Road. And then there's other kind of associated project adjacent things like restoration, traffic control, that kind of thing. So one of the questions was, what is exactly the benefit to property owners? So they will have access to public drinking water that meets and exceeds all state and federal standards. They'll have fire protection that exceeds the DNR minimum flow requirements. It's going to provide water to a service area that is slated for development that's as dense as 40 dwelling units per acre, and it increases property values. So these are some exhibits we got from the planning department. We talked to them about this area. They provided these. These dark blue lines are the assessment area. This first exhibit here to the left shows the central urban service area. You can see just this very south east corner is currently in that area. The timeline provided by Planning Department, they expect that the entire assessment area will be in the central urban service area within 5 to 10 years. This middle slide shows the proposed land use and development patterns for the area in the assessment district. You can see this very light yellow is very low density residential, 0 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Moving up to the most dense, this dark orange color is 21 to 40 dwelling units per acre. The timeline that planning anticipates this development to occur is to begin in the 10 to 20 year time frame and to be complete in about 30 years. So one of the big issues was what options are available to the utility to recover the cost of this water main. And there's basically 3 main options. 1 is assessments, 2 is connection fees, and 3 would be the utility funding this through utility-wide rate increases. Now, these are all spelled out in the state statutes, which then flows into the city ordinance. All of the town of Burke properties are also governed by the cooperative plan. And then our own finances and water rates are regulated by the Public Service Commission. So yesterday, as Alder Balde mentioned, we had a meeting with him and a bunch of city staff and several property owners. Mr. Campbell, who spoke this evening, proposed what we're calling a blended assessment. His proposal was to cap it at a half an acre. That's about $1,800, as he mentioned, with the remainder to be paid upon development. Alder Balde requested that we follow up with this. We touched base with the attorney's office to find out if this was going to work with the regulations we're working under. And we found that this plan is not in conflict with either the MGOs or the cooperative plan. So the way this would be structured would be that the Burke assessments, or all the assessments, would be capped at a half an acre. The Burke properties then would be deferred to 2036 per the cooperative plan, as we'll describe in more detail. And then owners with parcels over a half an acre would pay the remaining cost as a connection fee upon either sale, subdivision, or development. And again, we'll describe that in a little bit more detail in the subsequent slides. So everyone was interested in hearing the pros and cons of each of these options. So for assessments, the pros are that property owners are made aware of the changes at the outset. It's a more, I guess, fees are tied to the property so that future buyers are also aware of these charges. And then the payments at attachment can be paid over 8 years with interest. And benefiting owners are the ones that pay for the improvements. The cons are that the assessments may not reflect the current land use, as is the case here. And then obviously nobody likes assessments. Property owners are often not prepared to pay assessments. So the second option then is a connection fee. The advantage of that is that no payment is due until a service connection occurs. Developers are often the ones that pay these fees, and they tend to have greater financial resources. And the benefiting properties, again, pay for the improvements. The disadvantages are the fees are not tied to property like the assessments are. The owners and their future owners are not often aware of these fees. The fee is due in full upon connection, and there's no 8-year payment option. And index fees can increase significantly if deferred for long periods. And then the third option is that the utility funds this. The advantage of that is obviously that it relieves the burden on the property owners. The disadvantage is that it transfers that cost from the benefiting owners to all ratepayers. If you just looked at just the assessable portion of this project, that's just the cost associated with the 12-inch main, that would increase water rates by approximately 80 cents per year per service for 20 years. However, this would be a shift in longtime city and utility practice, and it would require approval by the Public Service Commission. So this is a pretty dense slide. So I'm going to just kind of cover it quickly, but if there's questions, we can go back to it. So basically, we have two types of owners here. We have Madison owners and Town of Burke owners, and they're handled differently because of the cooperative plan. So for City of Madison, payments, the assessment options, payments are due in full in October of the year billed, or they may be paid over 8 years at approximately 3% interest. There are some deferral options, but none of the properties in this area fall into those categories. With Town of Burke, the assessments are deferred till 2036 with the fee indexed, unless water service is requested, at which point it comes into the city and is governed by city ordinances. Connection fees are handled the same for both city and Burke residents, where the connection is paid, or the fee is paid in full at connection. There was also a question about comparing the different interest rates and how that would look in 2036. So city properties cannot defer till 2036, but we put the interest rate in there just as a basis of comparison. With the assessments, the engineering cost construction index has averaged 2.65 over the last 10 years. This is the assessment rate per acre in 2020. That's just over $3,600. It would be about $5,500 in 2036. That's again per acre. With a connection fee, that's based on our borrowing rates. The last 10 years has been just over 3.3%. Again, this per acre in 2036 would be approximately $6,150. This is a communication timeline. The project coordination or project planning began in January of this year. We kicked that off with a coordination meeting with the Town of Burke staff. We discussed assessments at that time. We laid out the different options, and the Town of Burke staff did not have a strong opinion about one versus the other. Between January and July, we had ongoing coordination with Town of Burke staff. The project was bid in May. Between June and the present, we've had ongoing consultation with the attorney's office about assessment procedures. On June 15th, a construction notice was sent out that mentioned assessments and mentioned that there would be further information sent to those being assessed. Construction began in July. On August 3rd, the public hearing notice for the Board of Public Works assessment was sent, and on August 20th, the notice for the Common Council public hearing of last month was, or I guess that was the 1st of September, was mailed. And then finally, this is the area versus the frontage analysis. We're looking at lots of different sizes here and different frontages. So lot 1 is a typical half-acre lot. Lots 2, 4, and 5 have similar frontages, but different areas. And lot 3 does not have a frontage at all, but it is eligible for service. And this chart to the left compares then the area cost, the cost per assessment by area compared to frontage. So that would be, the cost would be $3,600 per acre by area, which is what we originally proposed, or $162 per foot by frontage. You can see for lot number 1, with a half-acre lot, the assessment would go from $1,700 to almost $17,000. Lots 2, 4, and 5 have similar frontages, but different areas. So large lots like lot number 5 would go down significantly, whereas lots of smaller size, the assessment would go up significantly. And a lot like number 3, which does not have any frontage at all, would be completely wiped out. So that concludes our presentation. We are happy to go back and go over any slides, answer any questions. There's several staff from the utility here tonight.
Thank you. Are there questions for staff on the presentation? Alder Rommel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to Kelly and Adam for joining us. I guess my question had to do with the slide before this one, which you showed the timeline. And I just help me understand how construction can start before you know how you're paying for something. I think I struggled with that last time and I'm not sure I heard an answer. That's my only question. Thank you.
Yeah, so the assessment process has to be started before the project is completed, but it doesn't have to, I mean, that's the only requirement is that, you know, that it begins before the assessment process begins before the construction is completed.
But typically, you know, there's a public hearing and people have gotten that postcard that says, here's what it will cost, and you haven't started it yet. It's like, you know, going to be bid out. I mean, for, you know, a typical, my district, I guess it's maybe not typical, but, you know, like, okay, next spring, we're going to do X, and here's what we think it'll cost, and you send that postcard out. But this one seems like you sent the postcard out, but you already started the construction. I'm just confused by that.
I can chime in on that question. And in reference to what Mr. Campbell quoted earlier, traditionally on a project like this, the utility would extend that main without presenting assessments in an assessment district up front and utilize the connection charge option. So with that, the notice would have been prepared informing residents of this pending connection charge. But in our experience with that, we've encountered situations where, you know, through incomplete title search or a real estate transaction, maybe did not disclose or inquire with the utility prior to the sale, and someone purchases property unaware of these potential significant fees. We felt in our best interest to avoid that situation from occurring again, we would go through and try to preemptively lay out the special assessments here so we could be clear and upfront, and everyone who would be affected by that had a clear and thorough understanding of what the potential fees could be. And it was kind of a change from our prior practice. So we had the opportunity to try to kind of correct that challenging method with this. So we then started the assessment process after the plans and specs and construction started. If we would have had that conclusion prior to construction starting, this would have all been done in the early stages, but we've been advised and working towards moving towards the assessment model because it provides a much clearer and thorough picture of what these potential costs are up front. And this was an opportunity to try to make that transition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you, Mayor. So it seems pretty clear, I think, from the earlier slides that it's the city has very serious needs that are kind of driving this project with needing to mitigate the loss of well 15 and establishing this loop. Can you confirm that that is really what's driving the timing for this project? If it wasn't for the city's water needs, this wouldn't be moving forward at this time, correct?
That's absolutely correct. The potential service opportunity this main creates is almost a bystander of the priorities that are driving this project at this point in time.
All right, that's all I have for right now. Thank you.
I also just wanted to clarify that the main that mitigates well 15 is not one of the mains that it is being assessed.
Right, but the city is benefiting from the main that is being assessed also.
It is, yes.
The transmission main, right?
Yes, that's the one that's creating the north-south connectivity.
Right.
East of the interstate.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to say a big thanks to Kelly and Adam for all their work on this and for agreeing to come forward with this presentation. It's complicated material and it's really helpful. And I also want to express gratitude for the residents in the town of Burke for bringing this to our attention and speaking so eloquently about their concerns. And I want to follow up on Alder Lemmer's question just to reinforce this, because the son-in-law, whose name I quite forget, spoke about what I consider to be a fair and reasonable question. And that is that there are benefits here that are not being applied, accrued, or however the correct terminology, not being enjoyed simply by the people who are paying for it. That we are in some sense socializing to an extent the benefit from this project, but expecting these residents to pay a rather large amount. We're kind of privatizing the benefit or socializing the benefit and privatizing the cost. It's a rather fractured way of expressing myself, but it does speak to the concern I have. And I'm glad that staff recognizes that the whole east side of Madison is benefiting in a sense from this project, yet these residents are being expected to pay. My second question or comment is, could you address what I thought I heard in the back and forth, that the special assessment approach in terms of ways of paying for this is relatively novel. It represents somewhat of a change in policy. Is that correct?
In reference to the blended option
or in reference to the cost, the connecting fee option, yes, the second option. It seems like this is somewhat of a change in policy. I don't know if that's the correct way to frame it. Feel free to modify what I'm saying if you wish.
Traditionally, a project of this nature would have been handled through the connection fee process.
Thank you.
One of the things that made this area a little challenging is with the attachment in 2036 that would trigger a connection requirement, which would then not allow a pause or deferral until development. So we thought if a connection is going to be required, especially in this case, the assessment model that was originally presented had some benefits that wouldn't be realized through the connection charge model. And then since the last meeting, we included a couple other options in the presentation on feasible ways to recover these costs within the rules we're working in right now.
Which causes another question, if I may. In other annexation or cooperative agreements, have we used this special assessment approach to recover these costs, or have we gone with the connecting fee approach?
In combination, I think there are examples that fall in both categories. We have mains that were funded by the utility that are connected as connection fees upon development. And that model works a little better when the properties are in the city. I can think of Pleasant View Road or the County Highway M project that has recently been completed. That project had assessments that fell into the town of Verona that went through the assessment process.
So it's not necessarily correct to say this is a change in policy. It's rather that you were trying to do this because you felt it was perhaps the best approach in this particular circumstance. Is that correct? I'm just trying to understand why we went this direction.
I can just chime in here that, we had many discussions with the attorney's office, and they've been steering us away from the connection charges because all the advantages they see in the assessment process. The fact that it's upfront and future owners can know that they're there, that there's the deferral option. It's just, they've just advised us basically to get away from the connection fee and move towards assessments.
And I would, if I may, as a suggestion, not so much as a question, the next time that the city attorney's office is making those recommendations, it may be helpful to bring those recommendations to council so that we can be informed about it earlier. I feel like that would have been particularly helpful in this instance. And I have one last question, if I may. Regarding this blended option, you gave kind of the pros and cons for the first three options. And I don't know if it's because this fourth option came up suddenly. Can we look at do you have a pros and, we know it's legal according to the analysis, that it's not in conflict from what the city attorney's office says. But this to me seems like a good solution. Can you speak to concerns that you may have, or are there any cons or downsides to this blended option in your mind?
No. I think our main concern was, well, we didn't know that it was really an option. It wasn't until we presented Mr. Campbell's proposal to the attorney's office and asked them for, a determination on the legality of it that it even occurred to us. I can't say that I've ever worked on a project where it's been blended, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened before. I personally don't see any downsides. I think it addresses many of the concerns of the residents, and it eventually, pays for the water main. I think that I see a lot of pros. I don't see really any cons, I guess. And this came up late. We had the meeting with Alder Balde yesterday, midday, and we spent today in communication with the attorney's office. So yes, it was kind of a late breaking option.
Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. For water utility staff, could you help explain the connection requirements that apply to both City of Madison residents as well as Town of Burke residents?
Sure. So if you're in the City of Madison and you existed on a private well-served parcel prior to when the ordinance changed sometime around 2013, as long as you remain the owner of that parcel and have a well permit in good standing, you can remain on your private well basically indefinitely, unless you sell your property or develop it and change the land use. At that point, you would then be required to connect to the water system if there is a habitable structure. For the Burke properties in this area, which is essentially the entire district except one parcel, attachment to the city would be a triggering event that would require connection to the water main if a habitable structure existed on your property. And with the connection, then would come either the initiation of the assessment payback period or the connection charge.
In either the assessment model or the connection charge model, a connection essentially will be required at time of annexation and would be due within several years of that time.
Yes, except for the proposal with the blended option was the assessment portion of that would be assessing a half acres area of land to cover a residential purpose. And that would create the eligibility for service in 2036. So in 2036, when these properties connect, if they're in the exact same land use situation they're in now, they could just pay their half acre assessment, connect to the system, and be City of Madison water utility customers. And then the remaining balance, if there is one, would be settled as a connection charge if the land use changes in the future.
So in that model with the deferred, in that hybrid model, excuse me, with the deferred assessment for the bulk of, for some of these properties, that would only come due at time of sale of the property or development of the parcel, is that right?
Correct. The connection, so if they sold and plan to develop their property prior to 2036, then basically the assessment and the connection charge would be due. If the land use remained as is, they could defer that half acre assessment till 2036, pay that off over up to 8 years if they choose, and connect to our system with the connection charge remaining as a debt intact until the land use changes.
So for example, the 30-acre parcel that would typically be assessed or a connection charge of $100,000, they would pay $1,800 when they connect 2036, and the $100,000 sort of value that would have been assessed is that actually placed as a lien then on that property, or how do we make sure that we get that repaid in the future?
So as that property would go, if there was a sale of the property to speculative land developer who maybe doesn't have a process in motion with the city, the real estate transaction would generally reach out to all the service area utilities and identify if any potential fees exist. So we would identify that in the sale if we're requested for that information. If for whatever reason that information wasn't conveyed during the sale, when the land develops, it would go through the city's standard planning and development process where it would be surely caught at that time and settled as a condition of development.
And so if the parcel isn't developed and not sold, does it just sort of infinitely continue to grow then and is never collected?
Our utility policy is being that generally in these cases, the municipal bond revenue that would fund our construction projects for the capital budget are issued on 20-year bonds. We would accrue interest for a period of 20 years annually at our utility borrowing rate. So it would reflect the true cost of the utility in the end. So if they waited 30 years to connect, it would have its final assessable rate plus 20 years of utility interest on it. But it's capped at 20 years.
Thank you. And so then let's say one of the 5-acre parcel, we're essentially getting a rebate of 4.5 acres of that, of what would be assessed normally. If that continues to be a 5-acre parcel, it's never developed. If that's not sold, that just sort of sits on our books but is not collected. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the agricultural deferral that was, I think in the slide, it showed it as a potential option for the city of Madison parcel. Is that not an option for the town of Burke properties?
That's correct. Because those parcels are governed by the cooperative plan, which doesn't have the same option in it.
Thank you. And then this hybrid model, where we would collect a connection charge for just a half acre, is this something that's ever been done with the water utility before?
No, this would be the first kind of blended assessment / connection charge project that I believe we've ever done. We've done both processes separately many times, but this is the first blended option on one project.
And what is your experience? So you said you've done this for both ways. So in terms of deferrals specifically, what has been your experience with deferring charges due until time of development or sale?
Generally, if it's in relation to development, it's kind of an understood and expected cost, as many areas use similar models. In areas where we're dealing with lands outside of the current city limits, it becomes extremely challenging because of that municipal connection requirement. So you sometimes have these larger plots of land that have significant fees associated with the capacity that land can develop into. And when you have an existing land use that doesn't jive with what the development potential is, these fees are very burdensome and they can be a quite painful process. So, I thought that was a very interesting proposal, and I think that model seems like kind of a good compromise, especially in a project like this.
Great, thank you. I just have one additional question, I think maybe for the attorney's office, with just like their recommendation or comfort level with this hybrid approach. I think we heard that it's legal, but I guess I'd be interested I don't know if Doran's on the call or someone else from the attorney's office.
Alder, we do have two attorneys with us. It looks like Attorney Haas and Attorney Strange are both here. I don't know which of you want to take that.
So maybe I could start off. I just got off the phone with Attorney Visti, who was handling this and advising the water utility folks. I've not been involved in it. He basically explained to me that, what he had described, which seems consistent with what the water utility staff is, and that this approach, he's comfortable with this hybrid approach. And I was just about to send an email to see if he could be sent a link in case there were any other more detailed questions that he could answer.
Thank you, Attorney Haas. So overall, he's comfortable with the hybrid proposal?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. All right, Vice President Abbas.
Thank you. Quite a bit of my question is already addressed regarding the hybrid model. One small question of clarification. So after 36 years, now 2036, then if they don't redevelop, if the owners and the zoning remain the same, then the owner of the building won't pay, right?
Correct.
They would still be subject to their half-acre assessment.
Mm-hmm.
So they would pay that in 2020 dollars, roughly $1,800, which would then make them eligible for, a residential service connection. And they would connect to our system in 2036 with that assessment settled. However, there would be that pending connection charge when the land use on that property changes in the future.
And there will be also high interest rate at that point, 2036?
Could you repeat that? It broke up a little bit.
So there will be also high interest rate at 2036?
So the balance that would sit on the connection charge, so any land beyond a half acre would accumulate at the utilities, basically the utilities annual borrowing rate that's calculated annually. So that would be accumulating for a period of 20 years, being that our capital projects would be funded on a 20-year bond traditionally.
So do we have in the city any sort of grant or any sort of program for relief to offset that cost? I mean, not all, but some sort of. Do we have any type of program in place at the moment?
I don't know if anyone from the finance department may be able to chime in and better answer that, but I understand there are some assistant or loan programs that the city offers for special assessments with connection charges. I believe that's kind of a separate scenario that would be ineligible for some of the special assessment assistance programs. But that debt could remain intact and transfer with the sale of the property at the time the land use changes. So the purchaser would basically encompass that cost.
All right.
Mr. Schmidtke, do you want to address the question of assistance programs?
So there aren't any sort of specific grant programs as referred to by Alder Abbas. There are deferral programs as well as installment programs, much like what was described in the PowerPoint, with the interest accruing on those deferral or installments at that rate of borrowing that for the city's general obligation borrowing.
So which means the interest rate, whatever the city will have, it cannot go down, right? It will remain the same.
Again, it's calculated based on, so that interest rate could fall depending on what the the rate is for borrowing for city debt.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Next, we have Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'll be quick. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding. It sounds like with the blended option, some of the pros and cons that are part of the connection fees option apply here too. So with pros being, the greater financial burden will hopefully fall on developers and those who have like greater financial resources, and the cons being fees are not tied to property. The bulk, could possibly, there could be a situation where a future owner may not be aware of the fee. There's not the 8-year payment option. But the big benefit is that the burden is going to be shouldered by those who will be redeveloping the land, which is really kind of how that seems like a much fairer option. So am I understanding it correctly?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Just to let folks know, Attorney Visti is now on the line if you have questions for him. And we'll go next to Alder Balde.
So I just want to understand, it's not a question but maybe for the mayor, or is any of this option part of the resolution, or once we agree on a better option, then do we make a motion to add that option to the resolution?
Although we don't currently have a motion before us, we're still in questions for staff. So
I understand it. I'm just asking about the process.
What the motion will be is up to whoever makes it when we get to that point.
Okay.
And just for your reference, we entered into Legistar today an alternate schedule of assessments reflecting this half acre with connection charge model, just for comparison purposes, but because it was loaded today, it was not attached to the agenda, but it is there for reference.
Thank you. Alder Evers is next.
Thank you. This is for Adam and for Kelly. Just for point of clarification, because I think there's still some confusion on the floor. The assessment charge of $1,800 to be able to be paid at 2036 if the land use doesn't change gains access to the city system, and that would be required. But the remaining value, this $100,000 leftover amount, whatever, if you had large lake acreage or 25,000 or whatever that is what is subject then to a connection fee to be paid by a developer once the land use changes. So I think Vice President Abbas' concern was that at 2036, a resident with 5 acres would be hit with a large charge automatically. This blended option actually, if I understand correctly, is that right, Adam? Is that correct, Kelly?
Yes, that is correct.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you. I did just want to take advantage of Attorney Visti being here and ask him. We talked a little bit about this issue last week, and Doran, you had raised some issues that we've dealt with in the past related to deferral of connection charges or assessments. So I just want to make sure that everyone on the council is aware of some of those potential issues that we've experienced in the past, and that those would, I would expect, apply in the hybrid model, except for the $1,800 per parcel.
Yeah, what we talked about was, whether or not things should be deferred longer. And I did point out that over time, we've adjusted our ordinance to set kind of cap limits on how long we could defer. Currently, our ordinance is set up that we can only defer for 10 years. And after that, there'd be up to 8 annual installment payments after that. In the past, we've had deferred assessments from the 1980s, for example, that remain deferred today, where the size of the special assessment is greater than the worth of the land. So you kind of have to put an end date on these things or else they grow indefinitely. In this case, the deferrals for the town properties would all be controlled by the cooperative plan, which would allow them to be deferred without interest, but with indexing through 2036. At that point, they would then become due in installment periods. So I think that was what some of our conversation was about, Alder.
So in regards to this hybrid model, would the limits apply, or as I was understanding it, the proposal is to defer indefinitely or until development or sale of the property?
Under our cooperative plan, we can only defer through the attachment to the city. Once they attach to the city, the deferral period ends. If the council wants to look at alternative procedures to that, we have to first amend our ordinance. We might have to even amend the cooperative plan with the town of Burke. So I'm not sure if that's an option. I wasn't aware that that was under consideration.
So I thought I had a lot of clarity before I asked you these last questions, but I guess I'm now feeling a little confused. So my understanding of the hybrid option that's being proposed would be to collect a connection charge for only a half acre's worth of land, around $1,800 at the time of connection / attachment to the city. And the bulk of the amount due would not be charged at that time and would be, again, deferred until there's a change in land use, it's developed and or sold. So
the rest of it would not be specially assessed. It would be collected as a connection charge by the utility when the land itself is developed and seeks connection to the water. So it would be a connection charge. It would not be a special assessment. So a special assessment, if the council approves the resolution tonight, would become a lien on the parcels as of today. But this amount, if it's peeled off of the amount, would not be a lien at all. It would just be a uncollected amount that would be due whenever the land takes access to the improvement.
So, and that's really what I'm looking for, is comfort with that. So what you shared about the challenges we've had with deferred assessments, do you feel that this model of what I understand as a deferred connection charge, maybe that's the wrong word, but a connection charge that is not being fully captured at the time of connection by the parcel, but rather waiting for further development or sale of the parcel, do you feel like we won't have the same issues that you've described with charges that go perhaps uncollected ever, or charges that exceed the value of the property?
I guess I would defer to Adam from the water utility on this. We've dealt with connection charges before. They can certainly grow over time and become expensive, but that's a factor in when they do a development. That's the numbers that they plug in about how much it's going to cost. So usually that's collected at that point in time as part of the cost to develop the land itself.
Yeah, that's correct. And if you look at mains installed a couple of decades ago, the interest rates for the utilities borrowing at that time was, approaching, if not at double-digit interest rates, where those initial capital costs could escalate quite quickly. In the rate scenario we're in now, that does not look like it's going to be the case, but that's purely speculative. And we accrue interest for a period of 20 years unless there's some sort of alternative funding mechanism for the project, but traditionally a 20-year bond repayment period would be the interest on whatever debt was used to fund the project.
That's all I have for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. President Carter, question?
Yes, I have a question. Kelly, can you put up the hybrid model? And while you're doing that, Attorney Vesti, we keep talking about when the property becomes, a developer comes in and purchases the property. But if it's just sold, that purchaser still has that burden, correct?
For the parcels in the town of Burke, that's correct. It would not become due until 2036 when it comes into the city, unless they move to attach earlier. There is at least one parcel here that's in the city of Madison. That parcel, a change of ownership would require that the payment become due at that time.
And so if a non-developer purchased the 37 acres, they would still have to pay that, even though they're not a quote-unquote developer.
For a parcel, a parcel in the city, that would be, they would owe it immediately. The deferment would end at this time of transfer. There's only one parcel in the city other than the water utility parcels.
Right.
For all the other parcels, change of ownership would not affect the deferral at all. Under our cooperative plan with Burke, that continues until they come into the city.
Okay, thank you. And Kelly, just for my clarifications, and I apologize to my colleagues, can you go over the blended cost recovery one more time?
Sure. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so the blended option is an assessment at a maximum of 1/2 acre. So there are a few parcels that are right around 1/2 acre, a little bit less. So they would be completely assessed. Large parcels of 5, 10, 15, 20 acres would only be assessed for a half acre. The rest, anything over a half acre, would be handled as a connection fee. So the assessments are handled differently, as Dorn was just explaining, depending on whether they're in the city or whether they're in the town of Burke. The town of Burke assessments, that would be the $1,800 only under the blended plan, would come due in 2036 or at attachment, whichever happens first. The remainder, the connection fee, which would be the bulk of the payment for large areas, would not be paid unless there was a sale, a subdivision, or a development. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the visual, because that's what I needed.
Thank you, Alder. I don't have any other alders in queue for questions. So it's time for a motion. Alder Evers.
I'd like to move that we adopt amending the resolution to accommodate option 4, the blended option.
Is there a second? Alder Hennick.
Second.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded to adopt the option 4, the blended option. Is there discussion? Alder Foster.
Thank you. I'll support this motion. I think it's workable, but I think I just really want to call out. I think clearly, just over the last couple of meetings, we've seen how confusing this is and how much confusion it's caused for the folks that are involved. And I think it would be in our interest to develop a more clear policy around which of our options we're going to implement. So I guess I'd just like to ask staff, I'm thinking perhaps this is something that could be developed and options and recommendations forwarded to the Board of Public Works. But I think we really need to go through these options, consider this blended option as perhaps, a way that we want to move going forward, and just make sure that outside of the circumstances of this specific assessment/connection charge scenario, that we have clear guidance adopted by the council about how we want to do this moving forward, so that we don't find ourselves in the same spot again. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I support this motion. I also want to disclose that I serve on the Water Utility Board, and I did check in with the city attorney, and I wear 2 hats, so I don't believe that I have any conflicts. But I am very concerned about the fiduciary responsibility to the water utility. But I believe this option is. I'm so glad we referred it, and you all came up with this, working with Mr. Campbell, that it seems like it's a viable alternative and meets sort of everybody's goals. So kudos to all the work that people did. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
And I have another question. I would like to know how the alder of the district feels about this.
Thank you, Alder Carter. I don't have any other alders in the queue wishing to speak, but if anyone did wish to speak, now would be the time to raise your hand. Alder Balde.
So Alder Carter, this generally I think the parcel that is part of the city of Madison is my district, but generally it is District 3 and District 17. So I spent a good amount of time talking and working with the property owners, but I also did spend a good amount of time with city staff just to come up with something that was a good compromise. And I think this blended option is the best compromise that we have out there. So I am comfortable with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So if I can ask Kelly to stop sharing your screen, we will move to a vote. The motion is to adopt option number 4, the blended option of the assessment schedule. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of that schedule of assessments. And we will move on to the report of the Finance Committee. And item number 7, which is Legistar 61827, the 2021 Executive Capital Budget. And we have, so we'll open this public hearing. We have a number of registrants on this item, starting with Dan Fitch of East Gorham Street, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Megan Roman.
There's no one here by that name in the queue.
All right. Do we have Megan Roman of Winnetka Road, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak?
Yes.
To be followed by Mankar Dawe. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for your time and for taking community comments on this. I am responding to a request that was put out to the community up for allocating resources in this budget to things like housing, affordable housing, food access, and those types of concerns for the communities that are most impacted by, the economic and racial disparities that are unfortunately present and have been present for a long time in our community. And so, I know that you guys, I'm sure, have put a lot of thought into the budget, and I respect that, and I just submit that while I don't currently reside in Madison, I do pay property taxes there, and I would like to see the budget have more than 7% allocated to things like housing subsidies, affordable housing, food access, especially in this unprecedented time with COVID-19 impacting so many folks. And I would just urge this body to consult with those who are most affected by these types of issues, and to adjust the budget accordingly to allocate resources for our community. I think that would be some of the best use of funds that could be. So I thank you again for your time, and I would just again put in my request to include, to raise that in the budget. We have, as I'm sure you all know, so many awful racial disparities in this county, and they have the saying, put your money where your mouth is, for a reason. And I just think it's really important that we move to address those disparities by implementing policies that will create racial equity, including resources for things like affordable housing and so forth for folks who have been, communities that have been impacted by historically racist policies in housing and other economic aspects of our society. So thank you again so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mankar Dawe of Mill Street, in opposition, wishing to speak, to be followed by Erica Bach.
Yes, hello everyone. My name is Mankar Dawe. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And I'd like to say that it's a delight to be speaking tonight, but it's already been a super long meeting. So I'll get to the point of why I'm here tonight. I wish we could do this in person, of course, I wish our faces could be seen. As someone earlier mentioned when they were speaking, they regretted that you couldn't see that they were a person who had feelings and who had needs and who was really heartbroken over some things that were going on around land and all that. Some of those same sentiments are what I'm bringing here now. I mean, this is something that, of course, has been an issue that people have been raising up since COVID started, all throughout the uprising when folks came with their concerns that the virtual spaces needed to be better. So I will hope that Madison can figure out a way to do better as well in the future, as we're going to be here during this budget process a lot more. So I would like to say, as the person before me said, these are unprecedented times. We're living through a global pandemic. And more folks are starting to see now, not just Black and Southeast Asian and low to no income LGBTQ folks here in Madison are starting to see the realities and the implications of the housing crisis that we're living through. We came to this body last year when there was discussions around the Truman Olson lot and the development at the current Pick and Save lot. And we brought people who were and still are today experiencing houselessness and being criminalized and facing criminalization and harassment because of that. And their cry was, their plea, their ask was, there's going to be development on South Park Street, the people who have been homeless on South Park Street for years should actually be able to live there. And they were very disappointed when they found out that though there was supposed to be some sort of affordable housing, they actually technically couldn't really afford it because it actually, like when you work out the numbers, it actually is over 33%, which is the recommended amount that you're supposed to spend on housing. And they couldn't even afford it with their SSI checks and things like that. So this is something that isn't new, but has been exacerbated throughout this current pandemic. Freedom Inc. Has worked with low to no income Black and Southeast Asian families for almost 20 years now, a little over 20 years. And since I've been working here, this has been the worst case of like the amount of families that actually need real housing. I know from personal experience, like I'm just now able to sign a lease with my name on it. And I've been living in Madison for 3 years. That's how bad the housing situation is here. So it's very disappointing. It's very disappointing to see that even when the city has provided so much research in their 20-year plan around the housing and economic disparities that exist in Madison, and the mayor has said publicly plenty of times that it's a priority to have affordable housing for all people in Madison to address racial disparities here, that it's not reflected in our budget. And this is a time, if this pandemic and uprising has taught us anything, this is a time when we actually need to be serious about our values being reflected in our policy and in our budgets. It's not enough to come out and tell us one thing and then do another thing when it comes down to writing it into law. It's not enough to come to the community and tell us we care and we're working on it, but then prioritize it differently in the budget. And so, like I said earlier, we're going to be here a lot to engage in this budget process. We're building out a people's budget, which is going to be a multi-year project. But the hope is that it sparks some type of recognition in our people that we can't take for face value. The public statements that we actually have to come and see with our own eyes what's going on in our city council, in our common council. And so I'll end by saying I do oppose the budget, the capital budget, in its current state, because it doesn't reflect the stated priorities of this city. We're looking at a fall where millions, upwards of 40 million people are going to be evicted. There's a temporary attempt by the CDC to stop that. But we're looking at millions of people about to be evicted, and we still only have 7% of the capital budget, which it was stated as a priority in the plans for the capital budget. that housing was going to be a priority. We only have 7%.
Madam Mayor, that was 5 minutes.
Thank you.
So I will say to close, we need to do better, and we need to engage in a much better process to build out a budget that reflects the people's values and the values of the people that live here in Madison. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Erica Bach of Tempe Drive, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak, to be followed by Shisenfuya Mua.
Thank you, Mayor and Common Council. I'd like to take just a moment to thank all of the people who have already spoken and who waited for over 2 hours. It's not lost on us that we spent a great deal of time talking about $17,000 tax assessments. $17,000 is more than some people in your city can live on in a year. So in looking over your responsibilities as the core Alder job and your important responsibilities, I just want to remind you that in participating fully in developing and approving this annual city budget, that there's a lot of time and energy going in from your constituents as well. So please continue to remember to center and uplift and amplify the voices of the people who are not at your tables, including those who just listened for over 2 hours to get to this point to offer public comment. That said, given your important responsibilities to act as a liaison, I do want to lift up time and time again, if you've been listening at all, in the last 3 months, there has been a loud call to defund the police. And so as one of your responsibilities is to prepare and educate yourself and your constituents on these controversial policy topics or issues that come before the council. So if you do not yet know what defund the police means, I would like to break it down just very simply. It is a divestment of further monetizing and recognizing and prioritizing the police, and it is a reinvestment into communities. So in this capital budget, you are faced with almost $900,000+ of various requests from the Madison Police Department. Our firm recommendation would be that you reallocate all of those monies to affordable housing. As I just got done mentioning, $17,000 is more than several people in your districts make. And you certainly cannot afford affordable housing here in Madison on $17,000. So that $900,000 that MPD is requesting of you, it's important to look at, have they earned that money? We have people without homes. Why would we invest into new lighting and infrastructures and roof adjustments as seen on these requests? We have access to the money that they're requesting. You'll certainly be hearing from us when we come to your operating budget as well. But it's important that we continue to ask you, uplift the voices of the people in your constituency. The other part that I just need to highlight for you all as you're considering where to spend our money, everything at this point is within a new scheme. We have 13 cities across the country that are either drastically slashing police budgets or have actively committed to defunding the police. And again, what that means is a divestment from police and an investment into communities. So I want to call attention to the $600,000 for building improvements. I do not in any way, shape, or form understand how this fits under your citywide element of culture and character. We have a lot of work to do on culture and character in the MPD, and it does not include repairs to the North District Station or to units in the City County building. Further, I would like to point out the roughly $311,000, that is for the building improvements, the $264,000 for police technology and equipment. When that was requested by the Ad Hoc Council, which we've had to fight tooth and nail, a very big thank you to Alders Bidar, Campbell, and Moreland. We've had to fight you all tooth and nail. Why would we so easily turn over $260,000 of our money when we haven't even worked our way through that process? So I'm going to ask you to really comb through the Madison Police Department budget and all of those dollars that they are requesting. You either need to divest those from MPD or you need to find a way to reallocate those into affordable housing, which will limit our contacts and interactions and arrests and prison and jail pipelines through MPD. All of the money that you've continued to approve year after year for the neighborhood safety programs are funneled through a militarized force. And while you support them or you don't support them, the point is that we need that money for other things so that we don't even have to have those interactions. So I thank you, and I'd like to yield my time to the patient members who have been trying to voice their opinions since well before 6:30 this evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Shisenfuya Mua of Schaefer Drive in Fitchburg, in opposition wishing to speak, to be followed by Natalie Scheinman.
Hi, how you doing? My name is Shisenfuya Mua. I go by Pongye, he and his pronouns. I'm representing myself. I'm speaking to oppose the budget as it stands right now. At $160 million, allocating only 7% of it to housing and neighborhoods, food access, housing subsidies, affordable housing, is appalling. Especially like Manka earlier framed in this pandemic, where folks are heavily unemployed, facing deaths, illnesses, and that the fact that this moratorium is not going to save anyone. These folks are going to be evicted after it ends. They're going to have all this rent that they cannot pay. And the funding that you're choosing to allocate right now to not support all of these folks, and hopefully the choice that you will defund police. But if you don't, you're just looking at a lot of folks who are going to be criminalized. Like Manka said, up to 40 million in the US are going to be evicted. So you're going to have a bunch of folks, mostly Black and brown, whole families being evicted and going to be criminalized. So we have to attack this problem holistically and actually invest in our communities, because you're just looking at so many people being criminalized, ticketed, and incarcerated for something that you all can really do so much to prevent right now. I know that the 2021 budget has a lot of money, 52% in it for transportation related, land use and transportation. And I know that this is going to be a very nice liberal talking point that low income folks, communities of color rely on bus transportation, public transportation, which is true. However, they also depend on affordable housing. But you know who else also uses public transport? All of these rich young professionals coming into town that the city is trying to attract. So yes, I am for public transportation, but I do not want our communities of color to be used as a token just to look good, but really it's just to attract more money into the city that's not even going to go to communities of color, to low-income communities, where all of that budgeting is only going to come down to 7% for low-income folks, or for affordable housing. So that's $160 million that I think that you all can be allocating much better to really support communities of color and to really follow what the mayor has set out in the as guiding priorities in the capital budget, which is reducing racial disparities and having affordable housing for everyone. I do not see this in the budget. So I am speaking to say I oppose the budget as it stands, that there has to be more done to support low-income communities of color. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Natalie Scheinman of North 3rd Street, in opposition, wishing to speak.
Mayor, Natalie is not in the list, but Dan Fitch is back in the queue.
Okay, so then we'll go to Dan Fitch of Gorham, East Gorham Street, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak.
Howdy all, thanks for your time. Sorry, having internet problems. I know you know how it is. I'm not a budget genius and I don't have that many comments about the budget itself, and I'm sure people are going to say enough. But real briefly, I want to ask that instead of just PDFs being published on the city websites for budgetary information, it'd be great if more open, transparent files like tab separated values or something you could easily load into a spreadsheet for summing around and messing with would be awesome. I'm assuming all the data is in some kind of database. If you could export it to CSV or TSV, that would be awesome, and link it alongside the PDFs so that us citizens could go explore a little more in depth. And then it'd be awesome if we could compare year to year in that way. Thanks. I yield my time.
Thank you. We have no other registrants wishing to speak. I believe that the alders all received a list of registrants not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Harrington McKinney, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is Monica still there?
Can we have Monker back?
Yes, I am still here.
So
go ahead, Alder.
We ran out of time, and I wanted to make sure that you completed your your presentation. Was there additional information that when you're looking at the 7% overall for the budget that you were talking about, and so when you're looking overall at the budget, you're looking at only one segment, and so but when you're looking at the budget as a whole, is it reflecting what you feel it should be reflecting, or what additional 2 minutes that you wanted to add that you didn't get the opportunity to complete on?
Yeah, so one thing before I go into that, another thing I was going to say that I forgot about, just around making these meetings more accessible. If I had a problem, if I had an issue logging into the wrong meeting earlier, we really need to rethink about how we're making this process accessible for community, because it wasn't before when we were in person, but we were able to organize our way out of that. And it's just really an additional extra layer to make it easier for people to get in and access it now. So I just want to also lift that up as we're talking about making the budget accessible. And I'll also echo that we know that the capital budget is also, and the operating budget is a part of that too. And then there's the general funds, and then the city budget only holds some responsibilities and the county holds the other one, and the school district is over here. We know all of that. And we're saying in this capital budget, if the headlines from the report that was done, or the headlines when the mayor is talking about the capital budget, is making sure that there's affordable housing for everyone here in Madison. And now we're addressing racial disparities. But if you search racial disparities in the PDF file for the budget, if you search race, I mean, there's nothing there. And then when we see 7% for affordable housing, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't reflect what our stated values are. If at any given night in Madison, there can be up to 2,400 homeless people, but we're only putting 7%, when we say that we are a liberal city, when we say throughout the uprisings that we're going to be on the right side of history, this is our opportunity, and this budget doesn't look like it reflects that. As complex and nuanced as we can get into it, even just like looking at it on a surface level as a concerned citizen, it just falls short.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for any of the registrants? Okay, seeing none, we will recess that public hearing. President Carter, a motion?
Yeah. Move item 761-827, refer to the Finance Committee meeting, September 21st, 2020.
Vice President Abbas?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to the Finance Committee meeting of September 21st. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing none, that item is referred. And that brings us to the end of our public hearings. So we will go on to item number 11, which is Legistar 62125, a presentation. I believe this is Attorney Strange.
There we go. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. I have been asked to give a presentation tonight by the TFOG's Implementation Work Group. And for anyone who doesn't know, TFOG's stands for the Task Force on Government Structure. And it was a task force that was created back in 2017 to take a real structural look at the structure of Madison's government, and particularly within the context of the upcoming 2020 census and the possibility of redistricting. And so what I'm going to talk a little bit about is first the implementation work group, second the TFOGs, and then some of the key recommendations that may come before you and would require a citywide referendum. And we'll talk a little bit about the timeline at the end of the presentation, but there's going to be a committee of the whole meeting on October 8th, and the purpose of tonight's brief presentation is to kind of just give you an introduction so that if you have questions of our office, if you need materials to sort of prepare for October 8th, we can get those to you, but wanted to kind of give you an overview of the recommendations that will be discussed. First of all, just as kind of a reminder, I've included here in the PowerPoint reference to the implementation work group, and the purpose of the group is to prepare the recommendations that are contained in the TFOG's final report for implementation, not necessarily to change those recommendations, but just put them in packages that that could be implemented if the city so chooses. And as I said, tonight we're going to be focused on sort of two of the recommendations that are two of the big recommendations that would require a citywide binding referendum to implement, and sort of how that process works and why it would be necessary. To back up just a little bit though, the Task Force on Government Structure was created in 2017. It was an 11-member task force that included alders and residents. And it was charged with considering issues related to the powers of the Common Council, Mayor's Office, and boards, commissions, and committees. And I think importantly, to examine issues of resident representation and engagement. Throughout the entire resolution, if you pull up the resolution and read through it, you'll notice several references to some key emphasis points. The resolution charged the task force with examining those issues in bullet 3 there through the lens of whether the city's current government structure adequately represents people of color and those living with low incomes. And as the task force looked at the structure of government, as it looked at what the current structure is, what's the history of the structure in Madison, what kinds of features of the government, the structure of government compared to other cities, it did all of that through that lens. And what it found is that the current government structure contains considerable inequities. They identified inequities in Madison's government, including in the structure of the Common Council, board, commission, and committee system, and resident representation and engagement. And they noted that these inequities act as impediments to full participation and representation, and therefore that the structure is fundamentally unfair to residents of color and people of low income. And they noted that the current government structure works best for the people with the time, resources, and knowledge to actively participate within the framework of Madison's current structure. And if you read the executive summary to the report, which is 30-some pages long, and you read through the subcommittee reports that came from the task force after some 90 odd meetings, you'll see that those threads kind of weave through what became a long number of recommendations. In the final report, which I have a link to here that you can follow to take a close look at, and that report has links to almost all of the information that the task force looked at as it considered the many issues that it did. But those key findings about the structural inequities really drove a lot of the recommendations contained in the final report. And if you look at the report, there's a summary list of recommendations ranging from things like avoid late night meetings to improve resident engagement to one of the things we'll talk about tonight, which is to potentially change the structure of the council so that it becomes a full-time council with less members. But there's an entire raft of recommendations, including reorganizing and reducing the size of the system, implementing new and robust resident engagement strategies, and creating an Office of Resident Engagement and Neighborhood Support. And as I said a minute ago, to transition to a full-time council with 10 members elected to 4-year terms. So the reason for the sort of focusing on these particular recommendations are these are the ones, or two of these are ones that would require a citywide referendum. And I think the implementation work group, the intention of having this presentation tonight and having the committee of the whole is to sort of talk about and get some get ideas from the council on if and how to pursue those particular recommendations. So the first recommendation related to a full-time council is that the task force recommends moving to a transition to a full-time council, recommends paying council members 80% of the adjusted median income for Dane County for a single parent with 2 children, which comes out to about $67,000 per year, or at least that's what it came out to when we finished the final report. And the overwhelming sort of, well, not the overwhelming, but the conclusion or the rationale for the recommendation is that, among many other things, as Madison has grown, so too has the complexity of the challenges it faces, and that adequately representing constituents facing these challenges requires a full-time council. And so the context for those recommendations, they didn't obviously just come out of that with that recommendation out of thin air. It was the product really of what amounted to 2 years worth of discussion and debate. They did things ranging from looking at the size of Madison's council versus the size of councils from other cities. And I included there a link to a table that has a list of a few cities, but in fact, we ended up creating a spreadsheet that had probably a representation of about 150 to 200 cities across the country with different sizes. And we looked at the number of council members that they have. We looked at whether they're full-time or part-time, the number of boards, commissions, and committees those cities have, just for a reference point to where Madison is as it relates to other cities. And the task force made a point to say, look, it's not just because another city has a certain number of council members, Madison doesn't necessarily need to look at that and say, well, we need to change to that number, but looking at it rather as a reference point to what other cities are doing in connection with other considerations that the task force looked at. One of the key ones that they looked at, as you'll read in the report, is the actual status of the current quote unquote part-time alders. Alders currently are paid, as you know, they're around $13,000 and are considered to be part-time volunteer alders. And one of the things that you'll see in the report that the task force noted is that in fact, not all alders are part-time. Some are actually able to work full-time because either they don't have second jobs or they're able to control their schedule in such a way to spend more time on city business than maybe some alders, other alders are able to do. And one of the things that the task force noted was that that automatically meant that some districts were going to get more representation than others. That some districts were going to have alders that were able to spend more time, attend more board commission committee meetings than other districts, and they thought that was sort of fundamentally unfair. Another debate point that they talked about was this concept of a volunteer versus professional council. And not all of the task force members voted to move to a full-time council. And those that didn't said, look, we have a history of a volunteer part-time council, and that works much better than a professional council like you have down the street at the state legislature. And there was quite a few comments made, by former council members, former mayors on both sides of that particular debate. And so if you read the report, there's a whole line of pros and cons and sort of the key recommendations that are the key points that were debated. But ultimately the council or the task force looked at it and said that, look, Madison's a big city. It's got complex problems and it needs a full-time council that has the ability to fully engage in those problems to best represent all of the residents in the city. So recommendation 2, which seems a little bit like a combination, it's part of recommendation 1, but number 2 was to reduce the size of the council from 20 to 10 members. Part of the reason for making that recommendation in the context of the task force was to coincide with the 2020 redistricting, which is coming up, and we'll talk about in just a little bit in a minute. But some who recommended a 10-member council viewed this as sort of a financial necessity of moving to a full-time council. If you're going to pay council members more, might need to have less of them with larger districts. Others thought perhaps that kind of analysis conflated the issue and that could potentially cost resident representation because each alder would have to represent more people. But again, if you read the report, you can kind of see the debate that the task force had as it considered this particular issue in this question. And when they voted on how many council members there should be, there were a variety of different numbers that were thrown out, and ultimately a 10-member council was the only one that achieved enough votes to pass. So there were lots of considerations with respect to the size of the council, but it coincided with the recommendation to go to a full-time council. The third recommendation that's relevant to tonight is to move to 4-year terms. And this was a recommendation that was recommended regardless of whether you move to a full-time council or not. This was actually a unanimous recommendation from all of the task force. And it was based, as sort of detailed in the report, that with a 2-year council, with a 2-year term, you're by the time you get started, get your feet going and start to get into policy and decision making and pursuing policy initiatives, it's time for re-election. And having a 4-year term would allow alders to settle in more, have a period of time, and would also allow for the opportunity to logically increase the common council president term to 2 years to, again, have a little bit more stability there with respect to the various seats. That was a unanimous recommendation. They noted there may be some additional ordinance tweaks that would have to happen in order to do that. But that was a key recommendation coming from the task force. They noted that these were not necessarily dependent on each other. So for example, as we get into sort of why we're even having this discussion in terms of going to a referendum, you'll see that if, moving to a quote unquote full-time council isn't necessarily something that requires an ordinance change. That's a primarily budgetary issue and a variety of other issues that would go into it, but it doesn't necessarily require an ordinance change because you're not changing the size of the council. Moving to a full-time council with more or less members would require would require further action to an ordinance, as would moving to a 4-year term. So the process for implementing these changes is that if the council were moved to full-time and keep 20 members, as I said, no other ordinance change would be needed. If it reduces its size, however, it would need a charter ordinance enacted by an electorate in a binding referendum. And if it would go to 4-year terms, it would also require a charter ordinance by binding referendum. So why that's necessary is because Madison General Ordinance 3.01 specifically specifies that the city is organized under the mayor plan and that it's composed of 20 alderpersons who have terms of 2 years. So if you look at the recommendations and you focus in on those key phrases, you'll see that we would have to change that charter, that ordinance, in order to change the structure of the government in that particular way. This requires a charter ordinance and a referendum because that's how it was done in 1987 when this particular language was put in place. And so under state statute, equal action is required to amend that ordinance when you do something with a charter ordinance by binding referendum. In order to undo that ordinance, you would have to take equal action. So I'm not going to get too deep into the referendum process tonight, just to see if you have any questions or comments for either me or the implementation work group or the task force members who are on the council. But some of the things that you'll see in the memo that I attached to the Legistar file and provided to the implementation work group is sort of the process for the referendum. Some of the key considerations are whether to do that by the council first enacting a charter ordinance and then sending it to resolution, which would require a 2/3 majority vote, or simply passing a resolution by majority vote that would say, yes, let's send these questions to the electorate to see what their position on it is. The kind of the timeline for the council decision, if the council wanted to pursue this particular change for the spring election on April 6th, is that we're talking about this issue tonight as sort of an introductory measure, but also that there'll be the committee of the whole discussion on October 8th to get some direction. We would introduce either a resolution or a charter ordinance on the issue, whether to send the proposed changes to the referendum. The clerk has to have notice by January 26th because we would need to give 70 days notice before the spring election to have a referendum. And then the questions on the ballot would be related to the charter ordinance that would need to be created in order to enact those changes. And obviously there's an enormous amount of debate and discussion that the council would have to have along any of those lines. But the purpose of tonight was really to just sort of highlight those issues, introduce them to you, give you a heads up that it would be coming on October the 8th, and offer to provide any information that you might have. And you can email me to get copies of the report, anything that you might need in advance of October 8th. And to sort of underline and reiterate the key rationale behind many of the pretty much all of the recommendations in the task force was to, whether related to the Common Council, the boards, commissions, committees, specific efforts towards improving resident engagement. The key component was that the task force felt that the structure, the fundamental structure of Madison's government was unfair and often an impediment to representation and engagement to people of color and low income. And that it really, and by the reverse of that is that it works best for the folks that have the time, resources, and knowledge to navigate it. So with that, if you have any questions about this, I can answer them, or if you have any questions for members of the work group, or if they have anything that they want to add to sort of why I'm here tonight and what you would be doing on October 8th, just let me know.
Thank you, Attorney Strange. Are there questions? Alder Balde.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Attorney John, my question is, do you know if the committee discuss what happens if the council is full-time and 10 people? Can those people, those 10 full-time council members pick up other jobs? Can they have other employment or not?
Yeah, well, I mean, the idea would be obviously that they wouldn't, first of all, they wouldn't have to. And part of the recommendation in moving to a full-time council like that was that it could, part of their thinking was it might open up opportunities for people to participate on the council who might not otherwise be able to do so because they don't have the time and resources to do that. In other words, they need to work jobs that will allow them to make more than $13,000. If, as we discussed it at the task force, if a full-time council member, if we were to move to full-time council members, they would be, presumably there would be other human resources and other issues that would be part of that transition, and they would be treated probably for purposes of for employment, they would be treated similarly to current employees, and there would be expectations that they would present, they would pursue they would devote their time to common council business. But that we did not get deep into that discussion at the council or at the task force because again, they were sort of focused on the key structural recommendations to make.
So, your presentation also focused a little bit on minorities and fair representation and all that kind of stuff. Can you allude or can you detail what those recommendations are from the report?
In terms of improving resident engagement and neighborhood support?
Yeah, particularly as it refers to people of color, minority groups.
Sure. Well, I can, I think one of the, if in the report, in Appendix D, there's a summary list of final recommendations. And as it relates to particularly to people of color and people of low income, one of the key recommendations that the task force made was to look at this current city processes for resident engagement and look at them more holistically than just assuming that our boards, commissions, committee structure is enough to do that. Historically, it was noted that the boards, commissions, committee structure was sort of the way that residents were able to participate in government, have their voice heard. But what the task force found and wrote about in the report was, in fact, that that's not what's happening. In fact, that the boards, commissions, committee is a great place for people with the resources to go and have their voice heard, but it's not such a great place for everyone else. So looking at the possibility of looking at other avenues to get people to be able to engage with the government, whether it be primarily through technology, whether it be being able to go to a library and provide input to a council meeting. Some of the things that we've seen with respect to how the pandemic has allowed more public participation through technology, through Zoom calls, through other things where people don't necessarily have to come down to the council office at 6:30 on a Tuesday night and sit in the galley and wait to be heard. Those are sorts of some very, very high level recommendations that the task force had, but really focusing on how can we better bring the government to the public rather than require the public to come to us when they're out there trying to make a living each day and probably don't have the time and resources or the energy to sort of navigate our current system.
So maybe one more final question. Also, do you recollect whether or not the body had an extensive discussions around when the council is full-time, the composition of the council? So right now, it seems to be that we have a fair representation of basically men and women, but also people of color like myself and others. Did you get into detailed discussions about the impact of a full-time council as it relates to particularly people of color regards to being able to win elections? Because it becomes a full-time council, then the stakes are different. Do you recollect having those discussions?
Well, in the discussions, in the discussions of just about every recommendation, there was a consideration of, does this recommendation improve the ability to get more diversity, whether it be on the council and the boards, commissions, committees, or as it relates to the council? As I said earlier, one of the key thought processes was that by making it full-time and actually providing a salary that someone can live on, it may open it up to people who may not otherwise be able to do that, because it could be a full-time job for them. It could be actually something that would attract somebody and say, that's something that I can do because it pays enough for me to support my family. And so that's one way they thought they may be able to attract a more diverse common council. But ultimately, with all of the recommendations, as you'll see in the report, it's difficult to predict exactly. It's difficult for anyone to predict exactly what the outcome will be. What they ultimately looked at was how do we best represent people of color and people of low income, whether that means that they actually become council members or not, or just that they have access to the government, whether it's through the council, boards, commissions, and committees, or to other avenues that they currently do not have. So I hope that answers your question. But
yeah, so there are tons of other opportunities for further questions. But thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
All right, Attorney Strange, my question is that included in one of the recommendations is to have the administrative services staff team, and that and I went through several of the recommendations, but have it housed in the Common Council office. Could you say more about the discussion related to what that staff would be charged with? And one of the things is that it would be under the direction of the chief of staff. So could you share what that discussion evolved to?
Sure. So I would say the majority of, and the folks who were on the task force and can correct me if they think I'm wrong, but I would say for the majority of the task force discussions, there was not a discussion of an administrative services team. There was a discussion of establishing an Office of Resident Engagement and Neighbor Support. And the purpose of that office, which as envisioned by the task force, would be to have a place where there are city staff who could help support the BCC system, who could help support processes that encourage better representation and engagement, who could look at the processes and procedures that are involved in those kinds of things and make sure that they are adequate and equal across the board so that residents have better engagement. The office would also potentially be able to reach out to residents who are most impacted by city decisions to make sure that they know that something is coming up and to get feedback on that, and to then provide that feedback to alders, and then provide feedback back to that person as to what happened with how their feedback was used and what happened with that issue. So as that particular office was being discussed, it became apparent to the task force that just financially there may not be the money to establish that particular office. But the task force believed very strongly that there still needed to be some effort by the city until that office could be established to start looking at some of these issues of resident engagement, neighborhood support, and including supporting the BCC system. So one of the recommendations that was included in the report was to have this administrative staff team, which could kind of start that work, start the work of looking at the processes the boards, commissions, and committees look at, start the work of identifying best practices and putting forth some possible practices that could be adopted otherwise and implemented. And so the discussion was really to have that administrative support team kind of I hate to use the word stopgap, but sort of a measure to sort of recognize that work was very important and it needed to start happening immediately, even if we couldn't necessarily afford a full office at that immediately.
Okay, I have two follow-up questions. The one question is that the support staff, since they're already connected with other departments, does that mean that there would not be any budgetary implications with that support staff? Could you speak to that, please?
For the administrative support staff, they would be currently drawing on staff from other departments. And I think in the existing resolution, it says at least 1 hour per week. So it's not, I mean, clearly the resolution's not affording an enormous amount of time for that task without further resources being allocated by the council for that. But more to get that work started as best as possible. And so I suppose the fiscal note, to the extent it says no, there's no fiscal impact, it's that it's not going to allocate any further resources than already exist within the city to that effort. But that's, again, as I said before, that's not the ultimate goal of what the task force is recommending. Task force is recommending a scenario where the city would put resources toward an office that wouldn't be composed of people from other departments, but would be composed of employees in and of itself. And so this is kind of a way to get to that point without losing ground of having some effort to work on those issues in the meantime.
And my final question is that there is talk of having an office of, I can't find my notes, but to establish the office. So there is currently work going on by Equity by Design and looking at how the city really handles public engagement. Did the task force look at that, have conversations with the Equity by Design? How was that looped in to the overall report that's before us?
And I'm sorry, Alder McKinney, I was just, somebody in my family just came down and asked me a question, and so I didn't lock the door. So could you just repeat the question? I'm sorry.
So my question is that the Office of Community Engagement and the focus of that is how to better engage less represented communities involved in the governmental process. So I'm just kind of overall gisting that. But then I understand that the city is currently contracting with Equity Design, looking at how do we do that business. So my question is that in the discussions and deliberations, how was Equity Design incorporated and give input into the design of the resident engagement office?
The office, okay. Mm-hmm. So I would say, and sorry to not hear the question the first time, I didn't lock the door. I would say that for the task force part, Equity by Design was involved. Annette was involved. She came to meetings and provided, feedback on things like the surveys that we sent out to the community through the community liaison position. But she was not formally engaged by the task force and was not formally engaged in sort of the creation of the office. But I know that she is now separately doing work for the city and is, in fact, I think, presenting to the TFOGS group coming up soon. So I think the straight answer to your question is Equity Design was not involved in the creation of the Office of Resident Engagement and Neighborhood Support as it was conceived by the task force. But Annette was involved sort of in that process and sort of helping the task force understand issues of how do you connect with, what are the best ways to connect with residents. When you ask questions, how do you ask those questions? When you submit surveys, what's the best way to get results? That was really the gist of her primary contributions to the task force during the task force time. Does that answer your question?
It answers my question. It leads me into a final question is that with the work that Annette is doing specifically, and how does the city do community engagement now? How do they view it, and how to really integrate that? So it seems to me a very critical part of when this department is created, that her work is integrated as well. And so even though it wasn't integrated on the front end, it will be integrated before the finalization of what that office will look like. Is that what I'm saying?
And I think you raise an excellent point, that, you know, if the city were to create an Office of Resident Engagement Neighborhood Support, it would require further action by the council. And all of this work that Annette is doing and others are doing can be incorporated into that final product. I think that there isn't a one size fits all Office of Resident Engagement that the task force is saying you have to take. But I know from what I know of the work that Annette is doing now, it tracks very closely with a lot of the concerns raised by the task force, which is, you know, how do you actually get resident engagement? How do you actually get resident input? How do you actually make then circle back and let them know that what they said and what participation they had actually had an impact, and what happened from it, to make it worthwhile to them, to make them more invested in city government. And so I would say, I mean, from my perspective, and again, I was staff to the task force, I wasn't a member of it, so I'm just sort of saying what I heard and how we wrote the report. The creation of that recommendation or any of the other recommendations are sort of part of this implementation process, not only with respect to the number of alders and whether full-time or part-time and number of terms, but you know, it takes further action by the city to implement those things.
Absolutely. So my final comment is that that's a critical piece for me, because there's always a discussion of, because everyone has their own description of what community engagement looks like, should be, you know, how it should be constructed. And even as you are thinking about how this overall department is, it is really critical to make sure that these different entities that are working on community engagement come together to say, this is how the city does community engagement. And I have a sense that it's pretty fragmented. And so I'm hoping that working with with Annette and the work that she's doing, and also in the design and overall structure of the community engagement, that they come together so that there is one concise, this is how the city does equity, does community engagement. So thank you very much for answering my questions. That concludes my questions.
And one quick follow-up anecdote to that, to sort of give you a sense of how the task force went about its own community engagement, is the resolution itself charged it with creating a unique, I think the wording was a unique system for getting community input and engagement. And I think for a while they sort of wondered what in the world that would look like. And at the beginning of the process, we held a meeting at Warner, not at Warner Park, but I think it was at the Goodman Center. And it was very early on in the process, and they started to talk about going out to the public. And Tark from the mayor's office was like, figure out what you're doing first. Don't go out until you know exactly what you want, what kind of feedback you want. We got further insight, instruction from one of the members, Eric Upchurch, who was on the task force, and he provided some insight into community. So I think they kind of went through a process that engaged a lot of those different ideas and really kind of raised their awareness of the complexity of it, which is what you're referring to, and the need to really consider it wholly. And again, like I said, the recommendations have that underlying, most all of the recommendations have that underlying weave of really making sure you understand the best way to do resident engagement, neighborhood support, and representation for all residents.
Thank you. That concludes my questions.
Thank you, Alder. I have Alder Rummel and then President Carter. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. First, I want to thank you, John, for your work. Everyone that I know of involved in the process just praises you, and having worked with you on a committee, I know what that looks like. and I want to thank all the committee members and all the alders that have served on this and coming up with some ideas that I'm not sure I'm ready for, but let's talk about it, right? So I guess some of the questions I think about before I'm not going to go into anecdotal things yet. We'll do that at the committee of the whole, I think. But some of the questions I wonder about, one of them followed up from Alder McKinney when she talked about community engagement. Now, I love sitting next to Alder Moreland, but as many of you know, I sat for many years next to Alder Steve King. And whenever we would have a public hearing, invariably, members of District 6 would show up disproportionate to their numbers in our community. And he would kind of grumble at me, you know, nicely in that Steve way about it. And I'm like, well, imagine, Steve, if everybody's district resident showed up to the same degree as District 6 residents, we would be here all night. And he just looked at me a little aghast. But I think that question's a fair one. I mean, when we talk about community engagement, where does it happen? Does it happen at city meetings? Does it happen in neighborhoods? Is it both? And what is our expectation for that? Is it that so many people show up that we spend hours and hours and hours listening to that? And then people talk about how long our meetings are. So I just wanted to pose that question. And I'm not sure that's one for John, but I do have a couple for John. So when the committee discussed the full-time council, did they talk about that government would be conducted during the day and that BCCs would be happening during the day?
Well, I don't think they necessarily saw that would have to be the necessary result. I think that they saw that it would allow alders to spend full time on the needs of the city and the needs of their constituents. In other words, being able to engage more fully on issues, being able to get more information on issues that are coming before them, and be able to themselves perhaps do more resident engagement, neighborhood support through their office. But I don't think they necessarily concluded that would necessarily mean that boards, commissions, committees would need to meet during the day. In fact, one of the things that they talked about with respect to boards, commissions, and committees is sort of a general recommendation is to making sure that they happen at times and at places that people can actually go to. So I think that if the proposal was to go to a full-time council and have all of the boards, commissions, committee meetings at 2:00 in the afternoon downtown, I think the task force members would probably say, no, that's not what we thought was appropriate. In fact, what we think is appropriate is potentially having meetings out in the community, having meetings that people can attend virtually if they need to, having meetings that occur at times that might be more convenient for people that work the third shift versus the first shift. So I think they definitely did not anticipate that going to a full-time council would mean that board, commission, committee meetings were going to be happening during the day, like maybe they do at the legislature.
Right, because the legislature, you know, they do all their business pretty much during the day unless they pull like, you know, a 24/7 kind of, or a middle of the night thing where they want to, you know, mess with you.
Yeah.
But, you know, when I'm thinking about the state legislature too, you know, when we think of the Senate versus the representatives, the difference in the terms, did the committee discuss any difference of duties with a 4-year term? Would we look to expand our powers in any way now that we have more of a tenure and more time to devote?
Well, I think one of the advantages that the task force saw to moving to a full-time council is that the council members would have more time, it seems obvious to say, but more time to spend on their work. And that would include the ability to engage in further initiatives like, for example, if you look at the recommendations related to the boards, commissions, and committees, the task force recommended what I would say is a significant overhaul of the system, reducing the numbers, making sure that we have the number of boards, commissions, and committees that we can actually support. That if you look at the number of committees that we have compared to other cities, it's rather astronomical. We have about 100. Most cities our size have about 20 to 30. And so on the one hand, I think they noted you could argue that that means a lot of people can go and participate and there can be decisions making. On the other hand, it's almost impossible to support that size of a BCC system from a staff and resource standpoint. And to kind of go back to your initial comment, is that even where engagement is really done? Is that even the place that engagement is really happening? And I think for what the task force looked at was that for decades, there's been an assumption that that is where engagement is happening. But what you're seeing, in fact, is that, and I think they use this in the subcommittee report, it really is just a facade for engagement, when in fact, real engagement with all residents needs to be happening in other ways, beyond just the board's commission committee structure.
Thank you. When you looked at the other communities with their 30 or so committees, did the TFOGs take any lessons from that or make recommendations, or is that a future task for us if we move forward?
No, in the board's commissions committee, if you look at the report, it's broken up by it tracks the original resolution. So to the extent the resolution said, look at the mayor's office, look at the common council, look at the board commission committee, you'll find a different section for each one. And the recommendation from the task force on the board's commissions committee was for there to be a significant streamlining of the board's commission committee structure, and looking at those boards, commissions, and committees that could be eliminated in order to streamline and more equitably support all the boards, commissions, and committees that remain. They looked at the committees and said some of them were redundant, some of them had outlived their purpose, some of them could be combined into less numbers of committees and still accomplish the same purposes. So the lessons that they took is that, hey, maybe we don't need that many committees to get our work done. And if we don't have that many committees, maybe we can support them more adequately. And if we don't have that many committees, maybe alders and others can spend more time out in the community doing other types of resident engagement support than just fully trying to put all of our eggs into the BCC system as an avenue of resident engagement.
Thanks. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Alder. President Calder.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Strange, I have a couple questions for you. Was there any discussion about expanding the size of the staff in the council office to accommodate full-time positions, alder positions?
There wasn't specific discussion, but there was an assumption that would be a necessity to have an increased staff. But they did not. They discussed that as being a likely necessity, but they certainly didn't get into the specifics of, each alder would have one staff or two staff or three staff or how that would work.
Right, but they discussed the expansion.
Yes.
And the other thing is going back to the community engagement one more time, and I'll apologize in advance. Were they looking at the Office of Community Engagement to preclude alders not engaging with their constituents and becoming more policymakers?
No, I don't think that was certainly ever their intention. I think that the intention was for the office to be a place for resources for support to the boards, commissions, and committees, and also for additional resident engagement and neighborhood support. So yeah, no, I don't think that was the intention.
Okay, and then the last thing, was there any research done to an estimate on how much dollar amount for campaigning for a larger district for the full-time alders? Was there any research that compared that to what it is now?
No, not that I can cite to you, other than they did talk about the general concept that if you move to a full-time council, and if it's a 10-member council with larger districts, you are going to potentially professionalize the position in a way that's going to make elections more expensive. They certainly took that into account. So if you look at the pros and cons of these decision trees, that is one that you'll find all along those trees. But ultimately, they said the con of that is outweighed by the pros of looking at the current system and saying, this is a system we've had for decades and it's clearly not working for a large swath of the city. So yes, they did talk about that, but not in specific numbers.
And by chance, did they discuss similar to the Dane County Board of Supervisor, where you have public comments on one night and the board meeting in their case on the following night? Did they talk about that format going in the future, or any format similar to that?
Yep, they did in fact talk about that. And one of the recommendations that you'll find in I'm just trying to make sure I don't misquote it here. In the summary list of recommendations in the report is to consider separating the legislative debate from the actual decision making. So you would have exactly what you're saying, is you have a public input and sort of a hearing, and then the actual decision making either on a different day or different time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's in here somewhere.
Sure it is. And so my final question is, did they discuss at all the hesitation of sunsetting BCCs now? Because I think we have the ability to do that now.
No, we do have the ability to do that now. They didn't express any hesitation for doing that when necessary. I think they were focused on, for the BCC system, they were focused on, let's look at all of the ones that we have. Let's decide if we need them all. And let's decide if an alternative structure of organization might better streamline decision-making and accountability. And again, the BCC recommendations are a whole nother chapter in this report, the ones that related to the Common Council. But yeah, no, they certainly didn't express any concern about sunsetting a BCC. I mean, they highly recommended reducing the number, whether through sunsets or otherwise.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work that you put in along with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. I don't have any other alders in the queue wishing to ask questions. So thank you, Attorney Strange, for your presentation. This is not an action item for us tonight. So we'll move on to item number 46. Which is Legislative File 61906, second substitute resolution authorizing the purchase and sale agreement of property at 1810 South Park Street. President Carter, a motion?
Item 46, 61906, move adoption.
Vice President Abbas?
Second to adopt.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. We do have one registrant, I believe, on this item. Phil Jennings of West Doty Street in support, wishing to speak, representing HSA Commercial Real Estate. Is Phil with us?
Good evening, Mayor. I am. Thank you. we support.
Oh, my apologies, Phil. I called on you for the wrong item.
Yeah, I thought so. And
yeah. You'll have to wait just a tiny tad longer. My apologies.
Yeah.
Sorry. So we don't have any registrants on item 46. So are there questions for staff, or is there any discussion on this item? Alder Prestigiacomo.
Yeah, I have questions for staff. I'm not sure who would answer this, but I guess I'm speaking generally. I see this as a proposal. When the city enters in contracts with anyone, it is a decision regardless of, isn't it a statement of our values? And so I would say, I think because we get to decide that, I do not want to cast my vote on something that enters into an agreement, with the Madison Property Management Company in Madison. And so I guess my question for staff is, would it be possible to re-refer this to look out for prospective property managers or any other alternative route than, voting for this tonight?
Although we have Dan Rolfs here, I believe, is prepared to answer your questions.
That's correct. Alder, to address the question that you raised, as you go, apologize. The resolution that you see in front of you allows for immediate property management to occur through Madison Property Management, given that we believe that this property will be closed upon within the next 10 days. And we have already delayed this a little bit because of other, to address some additional items that have been addressed in this amendment to the second substitute. It will also allow us, though, to ensure that we have effective and adequate property management effective immediately when the city does close on the property. And then, as you'll note in the resolution, that that within 30 days of closing, we'll be issuing an RFP to move forward with selecting a longer-term property management company. The important portion here, though, is that we have property management the day we close, and we need to have that simply to ensure that any issues that arise are addressed immediately. City staff is not in a position to go out the day after we close and deal with an issue with a broken window or a heating issue or a cooling issue or those kinds of things. And having someone on site, on staff, ready and retained to cover those issues immediately is critical. Once we're through that time period, we will be working on, we'll have an RFP issued and we'll be coming back to this body to enter into a longer term contract for longer term property management. So I would see this as essentially an essential interim process.
Okay, thank you. It helped to see that was a short process. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions? No. Are there any other questions for staff on this item? All right, not seeing any. It has been moved and seconded. Is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item number 46? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 46. And now we will move on to item number 54, which is Legislative File 61479, amending the Yahara Hills Neighborhood Development Plan. And in fact, we do have a registrant. Mr. Jennings is, I hope, still with us, still on West Doty Street and still wishing to speak and representing HSA Commercial Real Estate. Mr. Jennings.
I'm here. Thank you. couple of things. We support, and I want to be very clear about this, the Yahara Hills neighborhood plan as it relates to this employment district. This employment district, which is underlying the proposed development, is targeted as an area to provide high quality employment opportunities, and that's straight out of the neighborhood plan. Secondly, city staff supports the site plan we have proposed because it is both consistent with the Yahara Hills neighborhood plan and the zoning code. I'd also like to add that the proposal that we have submitted to the city does not require or request any TIF support. Significantly, it is on public transportation lines, which we think is an important feature to ensure that employment opportunities are accessible to those people in the city who would seek them. And this has the unique opportunity of connecting family supporting jobs with this sort of employment opportunity in the city. Typically, this sort of industrial development finds itself outside of the city, and due to the lack of a regional transportation plan, essentially the right jobs are in the wrong place and not accessible to people who are seeking them. The issue between HSA and the city boils down to the sequencing of two roads, which are called for on map 7 of the Yahara Hills neighborhood plan. The first of which is an extension of Omeda Drive to the north, which would ultimately connect to a new road, an east-west road that is contemplated north of what we commonly understand as the GE parcel that bisects a property owned by Mr. Blatterman. That east-west road would then connect to Meyer Road. The approach we have taken to this matter is to simply defer the extension of Omeda Drive. The contemplated extension of Omeda Drive, so to ultimately connect to the east-west road, is not required for this development. It's not required for what GE Healthcare does on this site now, and it's not required for what we have proposed to the city, because the development activity that we have proposed is south of the current array of GE Healthcare buildings on the property that's owned by GE Healthcare. This is basically a 28-acre carve-out of the overall GE site, resulting in 3 buildings that would encompass 429,000 square feet of state-of-the-art industrial buildings. City staff assumes that Mr. Blatterman's property to the north will be developed in the future, and that is not at all clear. First of all, there are issues with the soils related to Mr. Blatterman's property. The parcel is sloped. The size and the shape is complicated. And so although the planners drew a road through Mr. Blatterman's property, it's really not clear from a constructability and a market perspective that that will ever occur. It may, and if it does, we think that the extension of Omeda Drive and the connection to the new road should occur at that time. But if the extension of Omeda Drive is required now, we run the very real risk of investing $2 million. And that's $2 million for a road that may actually never connect to an east-west road as contemplated by the neighborhood plan. Staff has a view that, you pay as you go. And the problem is, in this particular instance, and we don't object to the general structure of that, but in this particular instance, it is quite likely that the extension to the east-west road may not happen for years, quite possibly ever. And so the estimate from city engineering is that the road work now would be approximately $2 million, and that $2 million may actually never serve the intended purpose of increased connectivity in this area. The solution to this is very, very simple. This could all be accomplished with a public works project in the ordinary course that would sequence this roadway with the east-west roadway. So Omeda Drive would be improved when the east-west road is installed, and that would create the connectivity that the neighborhood plan contemplates. Secondly, the allocation of those costs would occur through the orderly process of a public works project, and it would be allocated pro rata to all of the adjacent property owners who have a nexus to the north-south road. Finally, This is a very, very stark policy choice. And the decision of the city council tonight is really predicated on supporting 200 or so hundreds of jobs, initially construction jobs and ultimately permanent full-time family supporting jobs for people in the city of Madison. These are people who are attracted to these sorts of jobs because they're the first and second rung on the economic ladder. These jobs appeal to people who are aspiring to climb the opportunity ladder. And these are jobs that typically do not find themselves in the city of Madison. This is a unique opportunity to bring manufacturing, distribution, value-added manufacturing, and logistics opportunities into the city of Madison. You know, we've talked much tonight on other topics about low-income people. You know, low-income people don't always have to be low income. And this development is clearly and starkly an opportunity to defer a road extension until such time it's actually required. And in the meantime, create hundreds of new job opportunities, $700,000 of additional tax increment to the city, minimal demand on city services, all of which is supported by existing public transportation infrastructure, and the subject of which is consistent with not only the Yahara Hills neighborhood plan, but also the zoning code. This is an optimal opportunity for a very, very good news story for our city. This is a good news story for the people who will seek and find employment here, but it's also an opportunity for the financial posture of the city to create new economic development and new tax base, and defer, not eliminate, but simply defer the extension of Omeda Drive until it is ready to connect to the east-west road. And that decision is based on when that property owner chooses to develop his property. And we are supportive of that decision. We're also supportive of the decision of the property owner to the east to develop their property. I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for our registrant? Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I was hoping Mr. Jennings could touch base upon is it's my understanding that without the amendment to the plan, if HSA is not able to proceed with their development, then what we wind up with is a situation where the parcel of property that is currently owned by GE would essentially be given a scarlet letter. It wouldn't be developed. It wouldn't be an attractive development property in accordance with the plan. And then in terms of any extension of Omeda Drive north to connect at any time in the future with a potential east-west roadway, that's simply not going to be in the cards from my understanding, because you know, without having the development occur on the parcel that GE has, it just creates a roadblock to the future having Omeda Drive extended. And I was wondering if Mr. Jennings could speak to that a little bit, because I think some people are under the impression that, and I think wrongly so, that if we amend the plan now, that the extension of Omeda Drive would not occur. And so I'm hoping he can help to clarify that for folks.
We agree. The extension of Omeda Drive, this is not an all or nothing proposition. This is a question of sequencing and timing. We are not advocating for no extension in the future of Omeda Drive. Quite the contrary. We think that if the east-west road is developed, at that point, Omeda Drive should be extended to increase the connectivity in this area. We also think, though, immediately, and when I say immediately, I mean in the next 3 months. You know, we're obviously staring at winter, so that may complicate it, but we have developed a fully developed site plan and architectural plan, and we are ready to commence development on this site as soon as we can get the necessary approvals to do that. This is not a hypothetical development. And so we think that this development would stimulate the development of the adjacent properties, not only Mr. Blatterman to the north, but property owned by McAllen to the east. It takes one domino to fall, and then the sequence of development will fall into place. But the point that you raise is that if the development of the GE parcel is predicated on a $2 million investment for a road that may never connect or may not connect for 8 or 10 years to an east-west road, then the site gets stigmatized. And developers work, particularly industrial developers, work on a very tight pro forma. So we're very concerned about the all or nothing approach to this and the site being stigmatized and really not developed in a way that it should be. And the tragedy of it is the development plan that HSA has proposed has received support from city staff for the reasons that I enumerated earlier, but is also entirely in sync with the employment district of the neighborhood plan. That's the appealing part of this. And it would be a tragedy if this site were stigmatized over a road extension that is not necessary and that should be accomplished when it is necessary.
Alder, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, any additional questions for our registrant? Seeing none, President Carter, a motion on item 54?
Yes, I move referral for item 54-61479.
Alder, I believe the recommendation out of Plan Commission was to place on file without prejudice.
Oh, that was on the consent. Yep. I'm sorry. I was looking at the thing.
It's all right.
Yep. Recommendation to place on file without prejudice. Looks like Alder Turney has his hand up.
Let's get a second first. Vice President Abbas. All right, so Vice President Abbas will second the motion to place on file without prejudice. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to go over a lot of the territory that was already covered by Mr. Jennings, but one thing, I was taking some notes earlier this evening during the debate we had about the water main issue, and I think it was Alder Evers who had said that we're socializing a benefit and privatizing the cost. And I think that's a very applicable statement to what is going on here. I think that the neighborhood development plan that is in place is flawed, and that there's, to a certain degree, a pride of authorship that's getting in the way of our being able to make a common sense decision here. It's something that the proposal that we're talking about that would create construction jobs. And in a time where I have friends that are wear a hard hat for a living who are unemployed, it would create construction jobs, in the very near future. It would create 200, jobs for folks that, maybe don't have college degrees, but are looking for something that they can have a decent wage and benefits. So there's that aspect. Also, we're talking about a lot of things that spend a lot of money. We just had a presentation from Attorney Strange about potential changes with the Common Council. That would be hugely expensive. And if we don't take steps to increase our tax base and the money that we're bringing in, this project, which they're talking about a $40 million investment with an anticipated $700,000 annually in taxes. We need that revenue if we're going to, move forward a budget that increases our spending obligations in the future. And so with this proposal, with what HSA is proposing, they don't have a need for another lineal inch of roadway or infrastructure. It's simply something where looking at the Yahara Hills Neighborhood Development Plan in the future, there are a couple of property owners that frankly are just sitting back thinking, well, yeah, this company that wants to do this development, they're going to have to fork over a couple $1 million to build a roadway and the infrastructure underneath, and we'll reap the benefits in the future whenever we're able to get our act together and have a development plan in place. And it's something that this is too great an opportunity to pass by at a time when we have residents that are desperately looking for work to sustain themselves and their families, pay their rents, pay their mortgages. And it's something that with this neighborhood development plan, I think I think it was in a meeting with city staff where somebody mentioned, well, perhaps it'd be better if this neighborhood development plan hadn't been put into place in 2017, that it had been a little bit longer in the past because it'd be easier to recognize the need to change it. Well, it's something just because it's put into place relatively recently. I don't know why there's a need to have like some kind of academic exercise where we ought to just say, oh, you know what, we can't have development. We can't have a good development that fits in ideally with this, property. And I think we ought to allow this to go forward, amend the plan, allow HSA to put their development in, we'll make that area more attractive. When we look at the neighboring landowners then, as they try to look in the future at development, they'll have an area that's been made far more attractive and probably have greater success in developing their own properties as well. So it's something that I would hope we would not place this on file and instead enable it to move forward and get some people in our city to work and improve our tax base and get some people some full-time jobs. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. If it's okay, I'd like to ask questions of staff.
Go ahead.
I know it was a unanimous vote to place this on file at Transportation Policy Planning Board. Can somebody let me know what the vote was at Plan Commission to place this on file?
Ms. Stouter is here.
Yes, Alder Furman, last evening, the Plan Commission did vote unanimously to place it on file without prejudice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder.
I have a question.
Alder Carter and then Alder Foster.
This is for Heather. So, Alder Attorney has mentioned quite a few things along with Mr. Jennings regarding this area. Can you tell me what, if this goes forward and they are able to build, will you still be able to do the neighborhood plan for this area?
That's a great question, Alder Carter. This did come up at the Plan Commission meeting last evening too. Currently the city does not have any sort of a mechanism to recoup costs for infrastructure investment at a later date beyond at the time of development. And that's the way that, our overarching policy has worked for a long time. Rob Phillips may be here with more detail on that. Our thought is if this amendment moves forward, we lose the opportunity to ensure that Omeda Drive will be extended into the future. And so we lose optimal developability of the Blatterman property, a property to the east of this as well. And so I think there are a lot of cautions against losing this street. I will say that, especially city engineering staff has worked hard to compromise as much as possible the investment that would be needed up front. It's true that the first developer in would be paying likely a greater rate than others to follow. But there's been a discussion about only paying for basically half of the pavement width, just enough to ensure two-way traffic and the needed utilities as well. And so, there's been a lot of work at the staff level to try to come up with, the least initial investment possible to still stay true to our policy and have a mechanism by which we can get Omeda Drive insured for the long term.
And were those efforts, are you saying that those efforts were not accepted by the company?
Apologies, I keep muting myself. That's correct. That's our understanding. And last night at Plan Commission, the discussion included the fact that really this is a request to pay about 5% of what they're looking to invest in the property overall. So it's a significant investment. And our understanding from the applicant is that this would not move forward if that investment is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a pretty good explanation about this process and the challenges if we did decide to not require this at this time from engineering staff. I'm thinking Rob Phillips is maybe the only one on the here today. I'm wondering if Rob could just kind of run through why this is the process that we use and what would happen if we better talk a little bit about it, but if we decided to pull this out of the plan, not require it at this time while this development is happening, how you would expect this would play out for the broader area in the future.
Okay, well, the basic premise that all new development pays for the infrastructure is needed to serve that development. Otherwise, the burden becomes one for the entire city and the general taxpayer to have to take care of. A couple issues. First, we would need the dedication of the right-of-way to the north of the existing Omeda Drive, which is a short stub off of Femrite Drive. So we need a right-of-way dedicated beyond that point for the street in the future. So the development could occur. The right-of-way would be dedicated, and then it would be up to the city to construct and assess that street in the future. One of the issues for the council to consider, though, is when we do that, those assessments are going to be a surprise, even though we will certainly make every effort to warn people in advance. It will still be a surprise to the folks that you're assessing later. That's why we prefer to put the infrastructure in initially, so everybody understands and it's considered in the cost of the property and this type of thing. So in Madison, typically developers build the streets and the infrastructure necessary for the reasons I just mentioned. There are some exceptions to that, and those exceptions are generally two that are most frequent. One is where you have a different property owner on each side of the street, right? So either the two sides of the street would have to work together and agree to share a contractor and enter into some kind of arrangement, which almost never happens. Or in that case, it might just be better for the city to build the street and assess the two sides. The other issue, which is relevant to this, is there tends to be an economic issue with properties such as this. the light industrial property, where the economics are very problematic. And I see this time and time again. And in those situations, we've also offered to construct the street to facilitate an employment area that the city has an interest in making sure happens. So I guess to answer your question, Alder Foster, if we had the right-of-way dedicated with the development, the city could build the street at some point in the future. But it would be, it does get somewhat problematic with just the fact that those assessments are going to be hard for people at some point in the future when you do it. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful. No further questions.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. And so I think that what Engineer Phillips was just talking about is, I think, touched upon a couple of points. One, that we're talking about the development being between the currently existing GE facilities in Femrite Drive. That development derives no benefit from an extension of Omeda. So they are being asked to foot the bill largely for an extension of a roadway that does not serve that particular development. And I think the other thing that is important to consider is that, again, if HSA, they've said quite frankly, quite clearly, that if we can't amend the plan, the deal is not going to occur at that site. So then that takes away the ability of GE to find a different entity to take over that property and develop it and build on it. So then GE or whoever they could find that would be willing to take their parcel isn't going to be the first entity to be developing. So then if it's the Blatterman property, then that would be the first property to develop. Are they then going to have the financing necessary to go in and build an east-west roadway and then an Omeda Drive extension to serve that property? It's kind of a situation where it is expensive to build roadways and the infrastructure underneath. And I think what we're trying to get at here by deferring when that roadway would have to be constructed is to have a situation where we're able to have HSA come in, build their development. We preserve the corridor that's identified on the plans for the Omeda Drive extension and the connection to a future east-west roadway that would go through the Blatterman property. And then at that time, there's an equitable, cost share on building the roadway, whether, we would have to assess the property owners as a city that, the property owners that have a nexus to the Omeda Drive extension and then the east-west roadway that would be built. But the point is that if we don't do the amendment, then we set the stage where development on what is now the property owned by GE isn't going to occur. And it's just something that's not going to be in the cards. It's going to be very difficult to find anybody interested in developing that. And so then when you look at the other property owners that would benefit if HSA was made to put in an extension, those other property owners don't have the resources or wherewithal to put in any of the roadways called for in the plan. So it's kind of a situation where it's really in my view, something that if we don't, and one thing I should point out is initially when HSA did approach me, we did investigate looking at a trigger, where HSA would have at some point in the future when an east-west roadway was put through the Blatterman property, when that event occurred, there would be a trigger that would HSA would then contribute towards the Olmeda Drive extension north to south. And planning had indicated that rather than doing that, the best approach would be just to seek an amendment to the neighborhood development plan and defer the construction of the Olmeda Drive extension at this time. So it really is a situation where if we don't do an amendment and defer the construction of the north-south extension, then it's going to be a long time coming before we see interest from any developers that would allow us to see the plan as it now is on paper come to fruition in reality. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I don't think I heard a question in there.
No.
Okay. Alder Heck.
Thank you. That was my first question. Are we still in questions for staff? Just a quick question for Mr. Phillips. The issue was raised by Alder Tierney, I think, about how this extension doesn't directly benefit this particular development proposal. Can you clarify that your language that you used in that remark? Does it have to benefit the development and traditionally, or is that kind of an overstatement that it has to benefit it traditionally in order to be assessed for this road?
From a legal point, yes, it does. We do have to show a benefit. We don't have to show a benefit that equals the cost of the improvement, but we do have to show a benefit.
And what would the benefit be in this situation for the northern extension?
It would be access that's provided by the road, curb and gutter for proper drainage, and obviously the sewer and the water is pretty obvious serving the adjacent properties, but it'd be that kind of thing.
So there'd be benefit to adjacent properties and this property owner, potential.
Well, absolutely, there'd be a benefit. Yep.
Okay. This question, I'm not sure who it's for, but this came up last night at Plan Commission. Someone asked about, could there be a TIF district established in order to fund this roadway and utilities and such? And staff answered that when a project is accessible, that it's not able to be paid for with TIF money. And so subsequent to Plan Commission, I heard about this idea of a pay-as-you-go TIF district where the city actually uses the increment to pay back the developer, even though they do pay their assessment. So they pay the assessed amount, and then the city could choose to take some portion of the increment and give it back to the developer in the future, therefore reimbursing them for some of this cost, maybe half of the cost or something like that. Are you familiar with this kind of an arrangement? I'm not sure if Mr. Phillips would know that or other staff members.
Alder Matt Mikolajewski is here.
That sounds likely.
Good afternoon, Alder. Under state law, one cannot use TIF for items that would normally be accessible per a community's assessment policy, whether it be through traditional TIF or pay-as-you-go TIF, as you describe. Under the City of Madison's assessment policy, new road construction such as this is 100% accessible to the adjoining developer. And as such, we cannot use TIF for those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster.
Thank you. I feel like the legislative waters are a little muddy. We're talking about the merits of this development and whether the road needs to go in or not, but I believe the item in front of us is a change to an adopted plan that would remove this as a future road from our plans. So I was just hoping to get some clarification from either Mr. Phillips or Ms. Stouter about the differences in these different actions. So what is actually before us and what are the implications of that? And then I think in regards to this question of whether the road needs to get built and whether right-of-way needs to get dedicated, that's not really related to the question in front of us right now, but I believe it would be a condition of approval for the development. So if we could get some clarification around the differences in those things, that would be helpful.
Sure, I can start. So what's before you is indeed an amendment to the neighborhood plan that would basically remove the connection between the L-shaped connection between Femright Drive and Meyer Road in Omeda Drive. And what this does in a sense is, in a way, it limits the future developability of properties to the north of the subject site that we've been talking about, to the northeast of it, to that which could be served from just a driveway from Meyer Road. And so it takes away the potential for long-term street connectivity through that area, and instead would put us in a position where we're relying on long driveways from both Femright and Meyer Road to serve a future employment/industrial area. And so that's the amendment before us. And I think, the rationale for making this an amendment is because, staff feels that if we don't recoup costs, so this is very related to the policies on assessment and recouping costs up front for infrastructure, because we feel that it would be so tenuous, so unlikely to recoup those costs in the future if it were to be delayed at this point, that practically what we'd be doing if we said that is amending this plan to forego this future Omeda Drive connection.
So in practical terms, the actual requirement of dedication of right-of-way and construction of the road itself, those would be requirements related to the approval of the proposal and not, that's not what's in front of us today, is that right?
Correct. The proposal is likely a permitted use that would never be before the Plan Commission or anything. I think we're really focused on the infrastructure to support it. And if this amendment is approved, then the development can move forward without the burden of providing the infrastructure along with it. If the amendment is not approved, then it would still be the assumption that the infrastructure would need to accompany the development.
Great. And as you said, while this would accomplish that and not require the construction of the road at this time, it would actually change our adopted plan and remove this as a planned connection for essentially any future development in the area.
Correct.
Great. Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. Just one more clarifying question. This also doesn't preclude some potential other arrangement if this amendment is to the neighborhood plan is not approved. This doesn't preclude any other potential arrangement for making sure that this prescribed road is actually built. Not that we haven't identified a method for that to happen other than the developer paying for it, but it doesn't preclude future negotiations or ideas from coming forth, correct?
Since Heather's mic is muted, I'll answer that. It does not preclude it, and we would be happy to continue to work with the developer. In fact, I'd be happy to get myself more involved if that were of assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders. I take it back. Alder Hennick.
I just wanted to say thank you to city staff for continuing to work on this. I do feel that it's valuable to figure out how to work with different forms of development in our city to make sure that we're trying to be flexible and make sure that there's an opening of conversation on how to work on these different issues. So I hope we can figure out a path forward.
Thank you, Alder. Now I have no other alders in the queue. So the motion is to place on file. Oh, Alder Foster.
Yeah, I was just waiting for the go ahead for discussion. So if that would be appropriate now.
Yep.
Thank you. I think as everyone's heard, the recommendation both from the Transportation Policy and Planning Board as well as the Plan Commission was to place on file and to place on file without prejudice. I will certainly be supporting that recommendation. I think it is would be very inappropriate to remove a planned major street connection in this adopted plan. That I actually believe in all of the discussions, both at TPPB and Plan Commission, it seems that everybody assumes that these roads should actually happen someday and that they are planned, but this would be sort of a legislative sleight of hand to take them out for a moment so the current development wouldn't be required to construct it, and then we could put them back in later at some date. And I think that would be a very, very bad process, would set a horrible precedent. And as I understand it, there have been already some additional alternatives that are available to be considered about how this development could occur and which portions of the road might need to get built immediately. So as Alder Heck said, I think there should be continued work on figuring out how to do this and how to do it fairly, but changing our adopted plans to get around this requirement is not something I would support. So I do support the motion to place on file without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Okay. The motion is to place on file without prejudice. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just wrap up by saying that I do, when I talk to my constituents about this and I show them the map and show them where the proposal for the construction is, and then, where the current roadways are, and then where the proposal, the developer would be, required to pay a couple $1 million to put in roads and infrastructure. Most people look at me and it's mind-boggling to them, because it is truly a situation where, it's the wording, the trigger that's in place that, requires, essentially HSA, as being the first one in to have to fork over a lot of money for something that, they really would not derive a benefit from. My understanding is when HSA was first looking in my district, well, first of all, they tried to find a site on Bogus Road, closer to Stone Road, but for various reasons that parcel that they were looking at wouldn't work out. And then they actually were looking at the Blatterman property, had some interest in that, but then they saw that GE had a parcel that was smack dab right on Pemberite. And so that's, they entered into discussions with GE and put their plans together for, to have their three buildings right along Pemberite Drive. So there isn't a need for them to have even Omeda Drive, really. Omeda Drive will primarily serve, as it now stands, will serve GE and continue to serve GE. And, it's something that I'll certainly work with staff and try to find a way to move forward that is more equitable, and that would be something that would enable the GE parcel to be developed hopefully by HSA. They have a proposal that they brought forward that meets all of our criteria. that we were looking for. But if they don't do it, then it is going to be a situation where we just have the status quo in that area for quite some time until we find a way to do a workaround on the neighborhood plan. So I'm not going to ask for a roll call vote, but I would appreciate being recorded as voting no on putting it on file. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Tierney.
I have a quick question.
Alder Carter.
Yeah. Did I hear correctly, either by Alder Heck or Alder Foster or Heather or Rob, this development can go forward even though the road might not go in at this time? Is that what you said, Alder Heck? Someone did a clarification. I thought I heard that.
Heather, do you want to clarify?
Sure. No, the development could not go through at this time without construction of the associated infrastructure. I think I mentioned that the development would very likely proceed as a permitted use and not need review by Plan Commission and Council. And I apologize if that was confusing.
Maybe that's what I heard. Thank you.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you. All right. The motion is to place on file without prejudice, with the noted no vote from Alder Tierney. Is there any additional objection to recording a 19-1 vote? Right, seeing no objection, we'll record 19 ayes and 1 no. And that means that the item is placed on file without prejudice. Which brings us to the end of our agenda. Alder Moreland.
Yes, I'd first like to wish Alder Abbas a very happy birthday on the 17th. So happy birthday. And then I move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Happy birthday, Alder Abbas. And is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all and have a good night.